Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to the ArchCast. We are now live after mild technical difficulties, as usual. And Lum hasn't reminded me to share my screen yet.
Oh my fucking god. Who made that one? Was it Gwimbus? Was it Boog?
Who even knows anymore?
Was it Monkey? No, I need to know who I need to yell at.
It is cute in a weird way, I must say.
I have already
sent you my new channel logo. You used the old one.
Well, it's the thing that connects to your Discord. You're shit out of luck, I guess.
Yeah, I do have the old one, but I actually like the floor, so I'm fine.
Yes, yours is nice.
It is literally a yellow sock. What do you mean yours is nice?
I like it. It's charming.
Hey, you can't go wrong with Flork art.
Yeah, I love Flork too. I love his art and I actually know him outside of his art. He's a very good guy.
But yeah, I should have known. I should have contacted Arch Technical guy, not him directly.
And if you like that art, Pontius, there will be much more over the time. We have built up quite a library.
The foot narrative is fake. Don't let his lies deceive you, please.
The sheer quantity of art that has been produced around this is, frankly, a little bit staggering.
It is very high quality for something like this, I must say.
Is this your proudest achievement, Arch? Just this narrative that you've driven up?
No, the coconut one still stands up top of my greatest achievements.
It's because that's actually coming into fruition?
Yep.
I must say, for the image on screen, not my proudest FAP.
Nice.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
But this is, of course, entirely normal, and we have other entirely normal things going on as well, which is Games Workshop striking content creators again. You can actually go through the years like the fucking rings on a tree on just the Warhammer Reddit alone. Like, there's a post 5 years ago about them taking down people. There's a post 3 years ago about their taking down people. There's a post 1 year ago about them taking down people. It's almost as if a lesson is being communicated at this point.
You know, it seems like it's a pattern for Games Workshop, just giving it a couple of years cooldown, and it's like, okay, well, time to start fucking up shit again.
Yep, undeniably. This time it's even worse, though.
You know, I wonder if Games Workshop will ever get to the point where they're just like, hey, we see you have a pretty neat tattoo there. Remove it.
Yeah, there was a meme for that with a cheese grater in the hand of a police officer in front of a codex, actually.
Oh, that's funny.
I have lost.
Games Workshop is just quite simply not very fond of their fans. Simple as. They were once upon a time a hobbyist company, many years ago, but they're not anymore. It's that simple.
You know, for a company that is very, very greedy, they sure hate free marketing.
Yep.
Well, the free marketing is not actually to their benefit anymore. That's the thing. The marketing was for, when they needed to hear about the product, when they wanted to bring people's attention to it. They don't need to anymore. They're contracted with Amazon. They're basically the new Star Wars at this point, anointed already. They don't need attention. They need to just grab every single piece of the IP and triple and quadruple lock it so that they can benefit it from forever. Because they don't. Oh, that is a perfectly timed intervention there, actually, because they don't give a shit anymore. Like, look at the news Cathay shit. I fucking hate the Cathay shit. This isn't Warhammer: The Old World. This is just bland fantasy garbage with a Chinese touch. I fucking hate it.
I mean, I do not know if you actually heard what they had, pretty much what they had to do for the new release, for the new box of the Night Lords. Like, generally, I like the box of Night Lords, but the original artist came out on Twitter or X or whatever, and actually commented that he had to tone down the miniatures from how they were before, forced by Games Workshop to do so for their official release, because by their lawyers, the miniatures he had made were breaking decency laws in various countries. I'm like, decency laws on wargaming minis? Are they even a thing? Like, they are trying to tone down even the Night Lords. Are they trying to make the universe lighter in violence to try and appeal to a broader market like Star Wars did?
Of course,
Star Wars
How
then
can a
fucking
Night
died.
Lord be less decent than a Slaaneshi demon?
Yeah, that is my curiosity. There is literally demonettes with their boobs out, and then you have to tone down the Night Lords because decency laws? What the fuck?
The DMS will be
Yes.
phased out too, if they haven't been already.
For sure.
But yeah, no, that is exactly what is happening. They know that they're on the path to becoming the new Star Wars because all of the old cultural orders have basically imploded and collapsed. And now everyone is looking to Warhammer to become the next one. And preemptively, it's selling its soul before it's even in a position to sell its soul. It's speed running the race to irrelevancy.
Yeah, because it's like, because I know obviously there's a difference between Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k. Looks like they're trying to blend the two now.
Well, sort of. Like, their fantasy is more like just... I really just want to call it bland fantasy, honestly. Because the Warhammer world was a very specific feel. It was Holy Roman Empire, like late medieval stages Europe, with other touches like Bretonnia being obviously inspired by Arthurian and French knights and so on. Whereas the entire China setting, it's just like fantasy China. They've abandoned all the low magic roots of the old world. Now they're ruled over by fucking literal immortal dragon emperors. And they command war golems, the likes of which the dwarves were barely able to produce.
Does this model reminds me of Elder Titans, or is that just me?
I think it's just like the rounded features of it. It's elegant.
But yeah, I never had any kind of hope that the old world would make a comeback for Warhammer Fantasy. The way Warhammer Fantasy died killed a lot of interest in the universe itself, and now with the only novel that ever came out on the old world by Graham McNeil going into controversy for stuff that I will not mention in a streaming, and other than that, the fact that it did a bunch of retcons to Bretonnian lore and such, like that book annihilated the old world by the time it was published. It was incredible. The minutes are just finishing what was left.
Oh, you mean the Lord of the Lance? Yeah.
Yeah, the book by Graham McNeil. I think I even sent you an article when it came out about the controversy.
Yep, female knights. The Pegasus knights now are exclusively female, and so on. Yep.
Yeah, they pretty much did away with the myth of Joan d'Arc that was the only inspired female knight of the Bretonnians, and now, oh no, yeah, there is woman everywhere in the Bretonnians.
Yep. And again, this was all obvious from their very first like character models they started introducing, which was the ice guard people. Where now there's a elite core of exclusively female warriors of Kislev, all of whom are wielding magical ice weapons. Like, these fuckers have a higher magic tech than the High Elves of Ulthuan, and GW just pushed that out there. Like, it seems absurd, but Games Workshop does not understand their own settings. The IP owners of Warhammer does not understand Warhammer, and they haven't for a good 10 years at this point.
Yes, with that I agree extremely.
Same.
And of course, there's also kind of the problem with the copyright stuff. So one of the reasons why they did the old Purge, which included, of course, Astartes, probably the most famous example, was for two reasons. One, because Astartes was showing Space Marines as they were supposed to be, and frankly, making GW kind of look bad by comparison, which was very bad, considering they were also about to launch Warhammer Plus and bet heavily on that. If there was a free product out there that was objectively superior, that would be very, very bad for them. Not a good look at all. And also, of course, they wanted to force people like Simo
Siama Pedersen.
Siama Pedersen, yes, Finnish guy, to work for them. And do either of you know? Because there's been all kind of rumors that he was working for them, that he wasn't working for them, then he is working for them.
No, it's very unclear.
Officially, he's not working for them, at least according to his LinkedIn. But there is theories going around that the company is heading now, because it is his company, was actually created only to work with Games Workshop and the animations of Warhammer. But there is no proof on that, so.
Yeah, he is starting his own company, which is called Digital Bones. And he did a call out on LinkedIn to call for employees for Games Workshop to work on animations, I believe. So he is sort of in contact with them. And he did also work on the Secret Level by Amazon, but not as director. At least not in the credits. He was credited as I think a layout artist.
That would be strange, because technically he's an animator. So that would be weird.
Well, he is very, I would say, mostly generalist, though. He is very talented, of course, in animation, but he's also very talented as a storyboard artist. Like,
okay.
If you put his storyboard next to his animation, it's like one-on-one.
See, that's kind of weird, because I wasn't aware of that. Because Secret Level, I kind of just assumed that he was the one who did that, honestly, because a lot of the animations are very much so his style, even though I will say that the impact of the motions wasn't quite up to his usual work. Like, they felt a little bit too flitty, but you could definitely see his fingerprints all over that project.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he had more role than the credits make out. He'd probably like a very big advisor role at the very least, if not like second lieutenant to the director.
Yeah.
To be honest, the biggest problem I have with the work of Siama Pedersen is with Astartes 2, because a lot of people were actually happy when they saw the trailer of Astartes 2 drop on the official Warhammer 40k channel. It is a shame that if you actually go and read the article on Games Workshop website, they pretty much specify that yeah, this is not this product that doesn't reflect the final level of animation. It does not represent what will be present or the story that will be told in Astartes 2. Pretty much what you are seeing is not the final product. And I'm like, okay, so you are either lying because your product is clearly inferior and you're trying to generate hype, or then why the fuck are you showing this to me? Like, you want me to have a backstory on the characters that you will introduce? Because, yeah, it is pretty fucking obvious that they will go the Death Watch route. They are showing 47 chapters, and they will be all interlinked in the final story. They even recolored some of the lament. Like, this actually made me laugh. They recolored the Lamenter that was in the animation. They made it another chapter, and I'm like, okay, that is a Lamenter meme. But yeah, if this is not the finished product, why are you showing it as a trailer? It is a teaser trailer, yes, but then why? I think this is what Siama Pedersen had and was forced to hand over to Games Workshop before, he left the project. Because at this point, seeing the level of animation and the cartoony and plasticky ways in which official Games Workshop animations portray the Space Marines, I'm sure this will not be the final quality of the animation they will put out.
Yes, if Soyama doesn't work on it, then it's very likely that the quality will be worse, which is going to bite them in the ass very hard when it comes out, because it will be super obvious. So I kind of agree. I think the most likely observation is that they've been sitting on this footage for 2 years now, and they just released this trailer, even though they didn't do anything new with it.
You're actually right on that, because we know this is old footage, because Siama Pedersen used to have a Patreon account before GW simply shut it down. I was on there briefly, and he had actually released that very same footage earlier as a teaser for Astartes 2 when he was working on it. All of the footage in the trailer was already released footage that he had produced years earlier, so... Again, whether or not
confirming that 100% of the footage has been seen before.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Interesting.
So it feels like a bit of a bait and switch from GW, but we'll see.
I mean, by this point, is the only thing they can really afford. Like the only high-level animation they have produced that was even comparable to Astartes was the secret level animation. The only other that comes to mind, removing Angels of Death, that I actually saw, I even have a metal poster on my wall about it, had a good story technically, but the animation was hit and miss, and the quality generally was very low. But it was pretty much Eldritch with a bit more budget, because it was made by the same creator. It had even the same sound effects, and that much I can understand. But the only product other than the secret level, and that was an Amazon exclusive that can even be compared to it, is Pariah Nexus. Pariah Nexus was decently animated. We could say decently rendered and modeled, even if it looked plasticky, it doesn't really reflect the quality of Astartes. The problem was the pacing and the storytelling. They should have made like a single movie with this entire thing, because without they went with, how many were 4 episodes of 20 minutes? Like, you waited years to show me 4 episodes of 20 minutes, and the final episode are literally segments that lasted a minute and a half. And what I mean is, the last segment was over, black screen with the title of the new one, 1 minute and a half of animation, in this case of a Necron reassembling itself. Again, black screen, new chapter. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, put it back together in a better way. They don't even give them a decent budget to achieve, and this is a bit of a citation, what a single guy did in a cave with a box of scraps. Like, they are a multi-billion-dollar companies. Open a real studio. No, they had to make Warhammer Plus, that, like Disney Plus, is a money black hole, and generally the quality is pretty shit for what you get. There is some good stuff that comes out of it, but it's mainly citations or writing. It's not really in the quality of what you are seeing.
But Pariah Nexus isn't even made by Games Workshop in-house. It's made by M2, which is, I believe, a Thailand-based studio.
Oh,
so,
fuck.
Yeah. I used to think that Games Workshop was actually trying to make an in-house animation studio, but I think they pretty much gave up on that because it's been horrible.
Games Workshop, I think, will always work with contractors, because at this point, it just seems like it'd be a bad mark on your resume if you say, yeah, I worked with Games Workshop. Oh, you mean the company everyone really fucking hates? Okay. And also, it's like, again, I just got into, doing Warhammer content with my community and everything. So I seen Astartes for the first time like 2 weeks ago. And you could definitely tell when something is made with passion and love, and then you get the plastic shit they give Games Workshop. And it's depressing to see. I know, again, just got into this, guys. I like any comments are just like, oh, she doesn't know shit. Yes, I don't know shit. But I could still see quality when I know it, and I have absolutely very little to zero faith in anything Games Workshop has to put out.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, me too. Like, I do not like their models recently. They are very hit and miss. Like, the only thing I think I liked of the models was the Night Lord's box. And when the creator came out on Twitter saying, "Oh yeah, I had to tone them down," I was like, J. Jonah Jameson, give me photos of the real ones. I want to see them. I'm curious. But every production from Games Workshop recently, and we're talking animations, books, movies, even PR generally, seeing the entire state of the lore and the fact that female custodians got confirmed by a tweet, they have fumbled the ball so hard. I will not be surprised if in the next decade they go the Ubisoft route. We are untouchable to we are selling to the Chinese.
But the amazing irony of all of this is that we're like totally shitting on Warhammer Plus, but if they had not gone after fan animators, I don't think it would have been like this. I think we would have like laughed at some of the productions, but mostly just take it in with open arms.
Well,
yeah, the main problem I think is that they didn't want competition because they wanted to keep the costs low. If single people were able to do a better job than an entire multi-billion-dollar company, nobody would have bought Warhammer Plus. I am not surprised they failed to realize that if you go against your own community, nobody will buy your shit anyway, and now Warhammer Plus is a money black hole. At least from what I've seen from Games Workshop quarter reports, it still has not made a profit, so...
Well, part of the problem is the setting of all of this. So they had some decent animated stuff, albeit a bit low budget, like the old Bayline, one of the first things they came out with. It's very clearly that they're leaning heavily into basically moving PNGs, the art style, which isn't the worst thing ever. It can work, especially if you've got a good like colorist, good shading, good style, you know, good how do I put it again? The characteristics. You know, if you make it recognizable, you give it his own style, and you could then make that on a budget. But GW didn't take the time to develop an art style, and so they just started slapping shit together. They knew this wasn't going to be comparable quality. They bought a studio, they put lots of money into Warhammer Plus. They haven't been able to get money or much of any of that money back, and they would have been in a position where they would have just looked bad if they were releasing sliding.pngs and other people were releasing Astartes. So they obviously then moved to torpedo the opposition, as, again, right now, GW isn't interested in anybody's good faith anymore. They're interested in trying to crush the competition and claim 100% of the market share of Warhammer so that they can begin basically selling it on a larger scale and getting deals with the big corporations. Especially as before their deal with Amazon, they were very much so looking at trying to get picked up by Hasbro for several years. But Hasbro too hadn't been earning money for like fucking half a decade, so they couldn't. So for better or worse.
I think what you just said, the small thing about like they're not interested in the goodwill. I think you said it differently, but that kind of made it click in my head because everyone seems to sort of like the main reaction is like, how the hell can they do this? How can they like attack their fans like this? Do they not see the free advertisement? But like you just said, it's not about goodwill anymore. It's not even on their agenda.
Oh yeah, they don't care. Like, because again, back in the olden days when they were a hobby company, they had things like what was that program called? You could call into them and pick out like specific items on their sprues, like you wanted this arm or this pair of legs and this head, and they would actually like pack it up and send it to you, and you can make custom orders like that. Mail order goblins or something like that.
That sounds super awesome, actually.
Yeah, because they were actually wanting you to make kit bashing. They even gave tutorials in White Dwarves on how to make like kit bash tanks and how to make the models out of fucking toilet tubes, basically, and old shampoo bottles, because they just wanted people to play their games. They're not doing that anymore. Now it is, no. If you show up at a tournament with even a model with the incorrect like arms or head, we're just going to ban you because you're not using an official model.
Yeah, no, they even did that with 3D printed models. Like, I can understand if you do not want at a tournament a fully 3D printed models, but now they have banned even pieces that are 3D printed just for decoration. Like, if the entire model is official and you just like have a single shoulder pad that you 3D printed, your entire model is unusable. It is unofficial.
Yep.
If they can even tell. Didn't they have like a fully fake army in White Dwarf at some point, and someone didn't tell them, and they were like, "Yeah, this is totally cool, Ultramarine army," and it was like all like recast and stuff.
All I know is that White Dwarf right now is in the toilet. Generally from when Cerberus got on it, because Cerberus got a position. I don't remember in which number of White Dwarf, but it was a couple of years ago. And he actually got in because, and he confirmed it on Twitter, he knew an editor of White Dwarf. He literally got in for nepotism. So from there I just stopped following White Dwarf completely.
Yes, they featured his Pride Marines in White Dwarf. Yeah. I bet you that cost them a fair few sales.
Yeah, I can imagine that happening. Not because of the message itself, but mostly because Cerberus is an ass, and half the world knows he's an ass. So by the time people saw him on White Dwarf, they were like, okay, so White Dwarf is full of fucking assholes too, and just stopped buying it.
And this again leads us back to what's happening now. So Janovich, you've been kind of paying close attention to what's been happening. You were the one who brought this to my attention first. That apparently they're going after more content creators in yet another wave now.
Yeah, so to bring everybody up to speed, so 2 years ago, a little bit longer, I think, we had the release of Warhammer Plus, and they started going after fan animators channels. And then back then it was all kind of unclear. Nobody really knew what Warhammer Plus was going to be and why they were like supposedly hiring these people and taking channels down. And since then, a lot of animators and channels have come together. So we've been discussing everything Games Workshop is doing, even with some inside information. Basically been able to confirm a lot of the fucked up rumors, like the non-disclosure agreement and the way they treated animators with like sort of fake job offers, which they were legit job offers, but not really for the thing that they were like wanting to be hired for. So just trying to get them out of the way. So this time there's just no doubt in my mind, like what is happening. And then I saw a very small channel. He was posting in a Discord server. It was actually Magical's Discord server. Just one post like, hey, my fan animations have been removed. And I saw that by random chance, and I reached out, trying to get all the information, trying to make sure that it was legit. So I advised him to email Games Workshop, of course, like trying to get information from them as well to confirm if it was actually them. And they haven't responded. So at this point, we just have to assume it's Games Workshop because it's actually signed by Games Workshop. If you go to the link of the video, it says this video is copyright strike by Games Workshop. There's been some people that say like maybe it's a content troll or anything, but if it is, then Games Workshop is just very negligent for ignoring that email because it is in their name. So if it's not them, they should at least say it's not them. So it seems that the new pattern is when they learned from last time, they had a lot of outrage from the fans, a lot of boycotting. Many people just said, I'll never buy a Games Workshop model again. And it seems they've learned, and instead of going after big channels, they're now going after smaller channels. And maybe you're wondering, like, why would they care about taking down a channel with like 800 subscribers? And my fear on that is that they're trying to build some sort of legal paper trail to prove that they've been defending their IP.
Yes.
I
That
can
is
see
actually a
literally
very
no other
good
reason.
point that I want to expand about a bit there, because this
Go
is
ahead.
one of those like complicated pieces of legal nonsense where the reason why fan art or stuff exists is because of basically an agreement between the producers and the people making fan art, because you're technically not allowed to even make fan art. But the companies are legally required to defend their IP. So if they see a Mickey Mouse, Disney's legally required to strike that person. However, that just leads to infinite lawfare and damaging everyone. So what the company does is it simply pretends not to see that thing. It's like, oh, we don't know. We have no idea. And GW was doing that for a while as well when they could benefit from it. But now, GW, in their usual infinite hypocrisy, is trying to do both things, where they're pretending to ignore some things that benefit them, and then they're actively going after other things whilst claiming, oh, well, we just have to, you know? And this is also, as Janovich says, a part of building a legal argument. Because if they were to take anybody to court over this, they would probably be in a lot of trouble if the content creator simply argues, yeah, but here's all of these examples of things you know about and you are not taking down. This would mean that GW would not be fulfilling their duty to guard their IP, and thus they would no longer be able to claim their IP. Basically, GW can stand to lose their entire IP property if they fuck this up. So it's, again, that's why most companies simply ignore it, because they don't want to run the risks. GW is too greedy and fucking asshole-ish, and are so going for trying to do both.
And we kind of discussed this in the last time, that there's different ways to do this. You don't just have to strike channels down. You can also reach out, make them sign a document, make it all legal, and that way they can sort of keep going what they're doing, and then you just put some rules up, put them under literally like legal stuff that you want.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my main argument when the first purge happened for Astartes and the various other series. People were like, yes, but they have to defend their IP. And I was always, yeah, but do you realize they could have just stricken a legal agreement with the people making the animations to make it legal for them to make the animations. Like, even something stupid as much as, yeah, you have to pay us royalties, or even better if they really wanted to keep it free and such, just pay us $1 a month just for the legal part to be taken care of, and for the rest do whatever. That would have been the best way to handle things. You don't have to strike them down, make them legal, make it an agreement, and you can claim you're still defending your IP while people can still make art for it for free, or at least while being crowdfunded like it was for Astartes. They went the worst way possible, which was complete scorched earth. So,
Yep.
Yes, that is exactly it. That is also what I'm planning to do with my eventual IP. As if anybody is interested to make stuff for that, to do it legally, we will just have a contact form like GW used to have for Black Library, where you could technically apply to have something published by them if you're making 40k stuff. And then we just need to sign a contract. We'll probably ask for like a percentage to be like, okay, let's make this legal, etc. And then you have the official agreement. Yep, you can make this content. It's official content. Go ahead. GW could have done the same thing. There are several examples of this already. I think one of the actors for Lord of the Rings, no, it was Superman, wasn't it? An old Superman movie. The guy who played Superman bought the suit, and he's now paying like DC $1 every year or something to be allowed to own the suit, because he's technically can't be allowed to own it just straight out. They can't give it to him. So he's like, oh yeah, here's your licensing fee, $1 a year, sir. Like, you can absolutely do this. But again, GW isn't interested in doing this in good faith. They're not interested in building good faith. They are interested in building dominance.
Yes.
yeah, which in the end really bites them in the ass, because they have squandered in a few years the goodwill the fans had. They have built up with the fans over the last 3 decades. In a few years, all of that is now gone. Now people actively consider Games Workshop harmful for the IPs they own. And there is very many people that I hear talk about it, where they say, I hope Warhammer 40k survives while Games Workshop goes bankrupt. There were various people that said that. Even,
Yes, that's the main sentiment.
Yeah, on various communities I'm part of. And while it is a very bad thing to say, at the same time I cannot disagree with it, because it seems that by this point every month there is a new controversy for something Games Workshop is doing that they could have done in a million other better ways. Instead they went the dumbest way possible to do it.
The thing is, there's probably a lot of bad stuff they're doing that you not even know about. And the reason that this is now getting attention is because I randomly just stumbled upon this guy getting attacked. If I didn't cover it, nobody would know about his channel ever. It would just be gone. So while I was covering this, there was actually somebody in my private Discord server for animators. He also got his whole channel wiped out. His name is Otsu, a very talented animator. So he got struck literally a week after the first guy. So there's definitely a pattern here. And yeah, if you're interested, you can check the 2 videos on my channel. I will actually be making more because, as it turns out, they've also been striking a lot of stuff on SketchFab. So all the free Warhammer models there are just getting absolutely nuked. So it's
actually,
not ending.
I can give some more insights into that, because recently there have been very many purges on various Patreons, sites and such that sell 3D printable STLs. But not only that, on SketchFab, I'm collaborating with various people that were working on an animation for Warhammer 40,000. I am there only as a lore consultant, because the animation is about the Bad War. And one of the 3D modelers actually uploaded a couple of models he had made on SketchFab, not downloadable. They could only be envisioned on the website, and they were for the other 3D modelers or whoever on the team to actually check on them and such.
Mm-hmm.
They decided to strike them down too. Like, they are striking down even stuff you cannot download that is there only for display. It is incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Epic Games purchased SketchFab and migrated all the paid assets to their new store, which is called Fab. So SketchFab is like a shell of its former self. It's like filled with like only the remnants that used to be on it. So it's only free assets as well. And it's probably going down this year. So Game Workshop striking now is kind of stupid because it would have been down anyway.
You know, it's like, granted, this is a very niche comparison, but Games Workshop seems like they're attempting to pull what some people like to call an Anne Rice. Anne Rice is an author that would take fan fiction writers and artists to court or send like a legal cease and desist because they were using her characters, even though they were very popular at the time. And now she's just a joke and used as a example of, yeah, don't do this if you want to keep your properties alive and well. And it's
I really wonder what the
kinda
fate
sad.
of Games Workshop's going to be, actually. It seems a
I-
lot of
I
new
am
IPs going up.
I'm waiting for Games Workshop to eventually just be like, hey, Tencent, do you want to buy this?
Well, see, there's an interesting thing you touch upon there, little Lum. And you have to
What?
speak up more aggressively. You're speaking with 3 other passionate tards today. You have to be vocal, Lum. Scream!
I'm still learning. I don't want to sound like an absolute idiot and say something wrong.
Lum.
I'm learning. I'm listening. Would you rather me just speak bullshit and then you're just like, Lum, that's so wrong. Why did you say that?
You're already playing with the electrical outlets. I don't think it can get any worse.
I mean, trust me, you won't be the worst, the worst person to actually deal with 40k or even with misinformation for it. The most famous Italian 40k YouTuber makes up the lore he talks about in the videos. In a video, he said that Fulgrim killed Slanesh and became the new chaos god of pleasure. All the Italian community was making fun of this guy, and it is an Italian channel called Morte Bianca, and there is the entirety of the Italian community that makes fun of him. So don't worry, you cannot be worse than that.
But there's an interesting thing that Lum touches upon accidentally.
Huh?
And that is Star Wars Armada. This might seem like a bit of a deviation, but it's not, trust me. Because 40k right now seems like it's untouchable. We're talking about how 40k is doing poorly. What does it matter? They've got deals with Amazon. They're selling bank. Like, they're earning more money than ever before. Everything is going amazing. Like, 40k is immune to all critique because of this, right? Star Wars Armada was actually eclipsing 40k several years ago. It was growing faster, growing bigger. It was super popular. Everybody fucking loved the shit out of this thing. Board game, of course, lots of stuff, lots of rules, lots of expansions, was doing well. Even Star Wars Legions, the ground-based game of it, was really starting to pop up. And it looked for a while as if GW would be playing second fiddle to Star Wars. Then, the Rey trilogy appeared.
Oh no.
And suddenly, Star Wars fucking tanked like nobody's ever seen before. And that was the reason why GW became like the super large entity that is now, beginning to become in a position to be the next Star Wars. It wasn't because they themselves did something amazing or produced a product of such high quality that nobody could compete. It was that their competitors kept fucking strangling themselves. And this is in all of their alternatives as well. Like, the various knockoff things from Mantic games, for example, where they pump out a thing, they usually dump it 6 months later, and that handful of successful properties are just kind of struggling along half-assedly as the company refuses to actually build upon them. 40k is the only retarded kid in the playground that has figured out how to pick up a rock and hit the other retarded kids. And that is the primary reason for its primacy right now. So it's not quite as an uncontested position as many think it is. And that is also kind of why GW is being such an enormous shitheel, because they're trying to basically make it so that nothing else exists. They are the premier, the sole single thing to come out of the 2000s, the death of every other IP.
While I agree with that, I think that Games Workshop is actually stuck in the same the same cycle. Because all the other competitors of Games Workshop strangled themselves, and even some of the newer ones have Trench Crusade for once. But
Trench Crusade is not
the-
doing itself any favors. That's definitely true.
Yeah, but I think Games Workshop is stuck in the same cycle too, because by this point they are more renowned for having damaged Warhammer in every single way possible than anything else. Like even with the stuff that now retcons are being confirmed by Twitter and such, and generally the low quality of the new novels that have come out. Like I have tried to read it just for the fancies, but I think Janovich can actually confirm it. The new novel of Vrax, that is like the first place for the most sold novel of 2024, actually fucking sucks. And yeah, the storytelling is way under quality now. The new lore is just retconning the old one. There is no interesting new concepts. There is a lot of strange changing of curse for various things. Like, wasn't this the year of the Xenos and the Tyranids? And now we get more releases for Chaos than anything. And like generally, Games Workshop seems to be fighting with itself on every step of the way, on every single department. The models do one thing, the stories do another, the writers fucking suck most of the time, and like generally, every single decision seems to be the dumbest ever conceived. Generally,
That's the problem when you're working on something that you don't even like, I think.
That is exactly it, though. That is exactly it.
The answer.
But it's like at this point, like, because again, I just hear about what Workshop used to be by others, and it just seems like they put the skin of Games Workshop on a new, more annoying body. It's just skinwalking what it used to be.
For sure.
Well, that's the thing, too. Like, Games Workshop has for a very long time been a fucking shitheel company. Chapter House, the lawsuits back there.
Yeah, that's the one thing that hasn't changed.
Oh yeah, they've been massive litigious fuckholes for a very long time. But so long as they at least produced a good product, the audience were largely willing to ignore their more asshole-ish excesses. But now that the product is beginning to fall behind as well, it's getting a lot worse a lot quicker. Like, I wonder how Age of Sigmar is doing. Does any of you know anything about that?
I know very many people like the system of the game, but completely despise the world building behind it, because it seems just fantasy, but stupider in many ways, and a lot less believable. So, yeah.
Yeah, even the Lord of the Rings series is really going to tank when they've been implementing the new War of the Rohirrim and stuff. Just feels completely out of touch with the rest of the franchise.
Yeah, because like the Age of Sigmar thing is something that has... It took like half a decade to find its feet finally, with rules, etc. Now people seem more accepting of it, but still in almost like a begrudging way. Like, yeah, I kind of play it. As if they're apologizing for it.
Yeah, the only reason I ever even heard about Age of Sigmar, like in the last 2 years, is because the quality of the models has gone up to the extreme, like to the point that if you go and look up, there is a model of Age of Sigmar that came out in 2024 that is pretty much a perfect Chaplan. It is incredible in quality. And then we got oh my god, what was the name of the Inquisitor model?
I mean, again, like that is the one thing that I've always praised Age of Sigmar for. Like, the models are fucking astonishing. Now, I can complain a lot about this model mount, because that is obviously Manfred, and he's riding some form of retarded demon metal sci-fi dragon from 40k. Why? But, I mean, technically, that is a stunning fucking kit.
Yeah, and then we get the new models for 40k generally, where you have High Inquisitor Koteas, that if you look at the model, looks nothing, not even like the art, but not even like the old model. The old model was better. And then you got the drop of the Blood Angels with actually my favorite 40k unit ever, which is the Sanguinary Guard. And every single person that I've ever asked about the new Primaris Sanguinary Guard always answered the same thing. And that thing is handsome Squidward, but in 40k. And they look ridiculous. They are low quality, they are low in details, they don't even have the fucking wings. And it came out later from the screenshots that if you actually check, their jetpack actually has the wings on the regulation parts for the altitude and such. So they don't even have the real wings of the Sanguinary Guard. They have them drawn on the smaller wings of a Primaris jump pack. And I'm like, how does Age of Sigmar, which is pretty much a dead franchise that very few people like, get so high quality models, and then we have 40k, where the Sanguinary Guards that are the most heavily decorated of the Space Marines, from the chapter that is made from the people that love art in 40k the most, because every single Blood Angel is a stunning artist in various ways, get the handsome Squidward treatment. Like, if you ever look at a 8th edition artwork for the Sanguinary Guard, you will see that they are stunning, even just in drawing. Even the older models were better than this. And then you look at Age of Sigmar that has pretty much a Primaris chaplain in higher quality than the 40k Primaris chaplain. What the fuck?
I feel like, actually, before I go on a round about this too, Krieger donated $50. I think I've missed a $50 chat too. Lum's fault. Blame Lum.
Huh? I didn't want to interrupt people, Arch.
Well, you
Well, since you're
should.
reading things, start from the fucking top
The
and read your super
$50
chat.
ones are special, Lum.
Oh my fucking god. Arch, you have eyes. And after you're done reading the $50 one, start from the top and read, Norwegian man.
Krieger says, thank you. I fucking despise the new law, especially all this new stuff that Mike Brooks shits out. Why they allowed that man anywhere near their setting, I will never understand. And also Sujad also gives $50 saying, no dev bonus. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. There is no dev. It is true.
Heresies
Now
the
start
question.
reading.
Fire
More.
is the answer.
Actually, I refuse, because I have a point to make first.
Oh my fucking god. What point?
The Primaris, the Sanguinary Guard, specifically. The Sanguinary Guard feels like a bit of a watershed moment to me, because I was looking into the Twitter discussion around them a little bit, and so many people seem to look at them and go like, well, you know, they're okay, I don't hate them, but there's something like, well, I don't... Oh, like, nobody seems sure what to think of them. And I think that is a damning condemnation, that everybody looks at them and nobody really feels drawn to them anymore. They can't even quite articulate what is wrong with them. They just know that they are wrong. And that is how you know that GW has finally fully lost the plot, where even the people who are interested look at the models and it's like, well, I don't know why I don't like this. It's in the uncanny valley of mistakes.
I mean, if you want, I can tell you 55 reasons minimum why they suck. They don't even have the right weapons. The Sanguinary Guard never use spears. They use the Sanguine Blades. So I don't know why the fuck they gave a spear to Sanguinary Guard Warrior, but yeah.
They
Do you
also
get 3
don't
models
have
for 37 pounds? Because that must
What?
be the best. Do you get 3 models for 37 pounds? Because that must be like the best deal Games Workshop has ever offered.
I mean, I can understand why it's 37 pounds when the armors literally have no fucking decorations, but yeah.
It's really cheap for them.
Yeah.
And there's the thing too, like, okay, Games Workshop have invested in new factories and everything. They're making all of this themselves. I've recently been exploring the cost of making models myself, like my own setting. It's cheap as fuck. And that's paying somebody else to make your models for you, with them, of course, taking a slice of the profits to, line their own pockets. GW should be shitting these things out for not even pennies. It should cost them nothing, virtually. Like, I guarantee you, the upscale on just price like this, £37, it's like 400-500%. Easy.
To clarify, are you like doing the 3D printed route with resin or like actual injection molding?
We are looking into several types right now. One is using vulcanized rubber, which doesn't have quite the same quality, but it is very easy to make. We are looking into injection molding as well, with like full-on good old school injection molding. That one is more of an immediate investment, but there too, we are producing models for I think like 0.20 pounds or something on each model, including like the cost of the mold itself. It's pennies. And again, like, GW has none of this. Like, all they need to pay for is basically electricity to run their machinery and wages. That's it. Like, they are earning like you cannot believe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Arch.
Yeah, and I think that is my main problem with it. They earn a fuck ton of money. They're a multi-billion dollars company, and yet it seems they pour those money nothing they do. Like these models, even if you were like to 3D model them correctly for an animation, I think it wouldn't even cost as much, I think, as maybe selling 200 of these kits. Or maybe like not 200, even like 1,000 if we want to go the broad way. Like I'm a 3D modeler by profession by this point, but generally the quality is way down, the amount of their profits is way up, and yet you see low quality models, low quality animations, very shitty writing, books with AI covers in the case of Vrax. Like, what are they putting those money into in the company? What are they doing?
Maybe it's becoming a slush fund.
Yeah, by this point is the only thing I actually believe with Games Workshop. Like I can't see where a multi-billion dollar company can tank this hard in quality in just half a decade.
Actually, it's probably spent on legal fees, now that I think about it.
Possibly that, but also have you seen those day in a life videos of like a Google worker where it's just these chicks drinking coffee, drinking champagne, just sitting?
Those are hilarious.
Oh, I fucking hate those videos. Or maybe they're treating their employees like that. Just they're literally doing nothing but just buying a lot of fancy shit. And also, while we have a little quiet, Arch, read your super chats.
But have you noticed that those channels seem to be really quiet lately?
Yep, because they got fired. They all got laid off.
Yes. Now they're all making videos like how to find a job and stuff.
Like Arch, if you want to show what the Sanguinary Guard is supposed to be like, I sent in live links the artwork of 8th edition. Like compare that artwork to these models.
I was first. He has to.
Right. Well,
you're skipping the line.
We're humor Lum.
Jesus Christ.
For a moment before she grows upset and grouchy as she does. If she doesn't have, feet in a while, she gets grouchy.
Shut the fuck up, Arch. People give you money. You need to read you need to read what they send. God. Then you're gonna complain, Lum, they disappeared. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Sajad, watching the leaked Minecraft movie, Allah above, it's like it was geared towards 4-year-olds. And somehow managed to be insulting to their intelligence. Schedule 1, Scorn, Vindaloo, Kari. I have not watched the Minecraft movie yet. I don't think I wish to watch the Minecraft movie yet. Vit Sajfrata for Pontius. Is it just me, or do a lot of the old 40k fans despise 40k now? Bricky, for example.
I would actually comment that Bricky never liked 40k, or he would actually make research when he talks about lore instead of saying dumb stuff all the time. But yeah. So I wouldn't really even call him a fan. He's inaccurate. Just that.
I think Bricky is just riding the high of getting a bunch of VTubers and views.
Yeah. No, but like generally, every time he talks about lore, I legit get a migraine. Like even for the videos I do, even if I have a lot smaller channel than everyone here, I spend weeks or even months doing research for the lore, like I did for the next video that is coming out, which is on the Lord Solar Macarius and the Macarian Crusade. To the point that I actually correct the wikis in the videos because they are wrong. Then you have people like Bricky that, no, the female custodians change nothing. They are actually fine. Spoiler, they were not actually fine, because their existence, as explained in my video, actually invalidates the existence of the custodians altogether entirely, and even the ideas of the Emperor of a human-guided supreme galaxy of only pure humans and not superhumans, because the Emperor was the same one that actually refused to make female Primarchs, but then he went, oh no, let's make female custodians, and then Bricky went, oh no, that is actually fine. No, it is not actually fine. Ah, Jesus Christ.
Yes, Pontius, we're all proud of your autism.
Yeah.
Oh, I adore the autism and passion. God, I gotta get you on one of my Warhammer Wednesday streams.
Oh, whenever you want. When I'm not editing for 4 days in a row like I am in these days, I will be glad to join.
I will get in contact with you.
About this Bricky person, usually in a derogatory manner. Who?
He's annoying. Even I know about him. Oh my fucking god. I see him on every single fucking VTuber's post. It's like, oh my god, I want to get into Warhammer 40k. No, No, I've listened to him. He sounds fucking annoying as shit, man.
Like even if you remove the fact of how he sounds, Bricky mainly came into prominence for the podcast Adeptus Ridiculous, which is not a lore accurate podcast in any way, but at least they advertise it that they are more entertainment over accuracy. So you cannot really blame them after a certain point for it because they say it. Instead, Bricky, let's say, he talks about lore without knowing really what he's talking about most of the time, and it is why everybody ends up making fun of him. And now the VTuber saga is just that, him explaining the lore to various VTubers that are interested in 40k for views. At the same time, though, if you watch even various serious lore channels like Janovich or Arch or me, or even Luetin, or even others for some extent, because I don't follow all of them, you will find out in like half an hour that he doesn't really know what he's talking about. So.
And also small lum time. Chat reached the goal.
Indeed, small lum time. In fact, I feel like your new icon would fit even better a small lum. The one where you're wearing a overall thing. The one you had previously.
Oh, my repo outfit?
I don't fucking know what you
This one?
There you go. It looks like you're nesting in my hair.
But this is for the game Repo, which I'm gonna have to drag you in one day.
I don't know what the fuck a repo is. And
It's fun. It's a fun little game.
And I feel like I might probably be resistant to this idea.
Well, it's because you don't like fun, Arch.
We'll set up another goal for showing the guests the baby catapult.
Baby catapult?
Uh-huh. You remember the baby catapult. We showed that the last time.
Oh, right. No, please. Never again.
We will see. It is up to chat about these things. Where were we before Lum dragged me up course?
Talking
Arch
about...
is late in Swedish.
No, we were talking about Bricky for a second. Like generally, I don't even know if like Arch you have read the 9th edition codex of the Adeptus Custodes for the female custodians introduction stories. Like, both of them are extremely dumb, but the first one about Kaladay Starovala-Kesh was actually the worst one of the two, because the entire plan of Kaladay Starovala-Kesh, the first female custodian for the Blood Games, was literally trying to teleport a bomb inside the throne room. Like, there isn't 27 fucking void shields in the way, but yeah.
Sounds like GW.
Yeah. In fact, in the video where I exposed that, I even said I actually demolished this in 5 minutes. I'm sure it took them months to actually write it.
Knight of Caliban. Arch is late and Swedish. I'm not. Zonta. 40k is now Grim Derp. 5 for Lum. Play Red Faction Guerrilla. Fun. Do it already, Fish. I don't care that it's 16-year-olds old. Go blow up Mars.
I will play. Just give me a couple weeks to get some other games cleared out.
Shadow of Hawk. Promised last week if no dev I would donate. Here you go. Stick put away and card given. $5. All you've got is $5.
You're a cheap little whore, Arch.
Sorry.
You should be. Zenotium. 15. Hail to the Bridge God. Heresy Posting. Janovich. And the Foot Fetish. Carrie.
I don't have a foot fetish. Fuck you.
There are songs regaling your foot fetish, Lum. I think it's a bit late.
It's because it was made by Tanner and Boog. It doesn't count.
I'm thinking of doing like a 5-minute break today and just play that song in the meantime. The lie incomplete. No Canadian, no stick. And to top picture, here's for the Lum Comfort Claymore Fund. Claymore's very good.
The Comfort Claymore is very cute.
You should have loved it. You should have read it. Lumi loves Finked. Hello, Lum. Hail Arch. Greetings, rest. It is with great pleasure that I was able to convince the mermaid to sing for us today. So please be quick, sit back, and enjoy her musical debut.
I feel like a lot of Lum lore has been established in a very short time.
No, the lore is just being cemented more because everybody just loves to hear me cry and make various sad sounds because it is amusing to chat, and chat is very mean to Lum Lum.
Trick or treat.
And it's a narrative that grows better every day due to the quantity of synergy, like the Lumi foot grinder, for example.
Jesus.
It's not fair. The fact that there is a brand out there called Lumi, they have foot grinders, and Arch is like, yes, this is perfect.
Yep.
It,
Lumi is
And
for
listen,
what was
everyone.
it?
Listen, sometimes life is trying to send you a message. You just have to accept it.
don't feed into this, please. And
You
it's
can
like,
also get
what was it, a
Lumi
couple-
foot odor elimination powder, where Lumi will literally just lick your shoes clean until they don't smell anymore.
I'm gonna throw the fuck up, Arch. Stop it. And it doesn't help. A couple weeks ago, Arch found a first-person point of view article about an OnlyFans chick that does foot pictures, and he had me read it on stream. And I hate it.
I do hope you got a lot of donations for that.
I did.
Arch sure gets a lot of donations for it.
Monetizing Lum Lum is pretty easy,
Shut up, Arch.
fortunately. WG101 donation to the hostile takeover through stock buyout of GW Fund. Well, we're gonna need to raise like $500 million, so it's gonna take a while.
I mean, the way that people are funding the Curry Fund, and you only gave them a deadline of 6 months. What, they're a little over halfway there now?
No, still a little bit short of halfway.
What is the curry fund?
They're trying to
Where
make me
Arch
eat
actually-
curry.
He has to eat something with flavor, and then he's gonna promptly die.
I mean, I will actually say that the curry isn't that flavorful. I prefer Mexican cuisine.
Oh, Mexican food is so good, but Arch just calls it slop.
It is slop.
No, it's not.
It is slop. Lumi Loves Feet says, I am a little Latina short and stout. Here are my footsies. Here's my mouth. Lum Lum, why would you say these things?
No, that's the thing that I'm not saying their name, but they gave me $100 to sing it today.
Wow, you're pretty cheap.
Shut the fuck up, Arch. I do not have a large enough audience to be like $500 and I will sing this. No, let me get to at least like 20K first before I could do that.
Pretty cheap.
When I
whore.
was first on the ArchCast, we had a similar conversation because I was still a small channel and Arch was like established and rich and Norwegian and fat.
I mean, when I was here the first time, I didn't even have a channel. In fact, there isn't even the name of the channel on the live stream. There is my real name, Danny Fortuna. So,
Yeah, he always bullies the poor people.
Yeah. I mean, Arch originally found me when I was like a 400 subscriber channel, maybe less than that. And he was like, you seem fun. He gave me $100 after I beat Raven and Stellar Blade. And now I'm here.
now I think it more went. I think it was more like I can milk you, and yeah.
You know, the fact that one, I'm a woman, two, I'm a mother, that just can be taken the wrong way.
Oh no. Well, yeah, no, but I mean more in the sense of the meme.
Oh
of,
yeah, I know.
of
know.
Markiplier.
Arch, I've been meaning to ask, how's the women in your life? When are you getting married?
Well, there are several options. Let me see if I can find. Where's the meme?
Your right hand is not an option.
I'm not
Arch.
talking about the internet waifus.
God damn it. Well, there's this one. This one's pretty new.
Oh, Amalgamite.
She's very happy that
She's-
she's a horse now.
So this
no,
is one
but-
of the potential suitors.
But in
don't know,
general,
the amount
like,
of-
it's just, I'm
the
not
amount of
sure I
love
can
and touch that is,
degrade
though.
a woman quite as aggressively as they seem to want to be degraded, so.
I
No comment.
don't know. But before chat is like, Lum, sing, you lied to us. I will do the thing real quick, just so we can get it over with. And I said I would do it without crying this time.
Lum, how many kids do you have?
I have one child. I would love more, but we've me and Moose Man, he goes by Moose Man, My boyfriend wants to get a house and stuff first. House first, more children after that.
Responsible.
Yeah, so
Although
if you don't have
all the
the
advice
space,
I've ever heard is just don't delay it. Like I was like buying a second-hand motorcycle like a couple years ago, and the guy, he was like older than me, and he was like, "Are you trying to have kids some days?" And I was, "Yeah, probably." It's like when you get home, just immediately like make her pregnant, get it over with.
Oh man, it's like we're thinking of buying land and then building our own house because that's so much cheaper than just trying to buy a house outright.
Though I want to ask Janovich, if your son or daughter, if I remember right, it is a daughter,
Yes.
is born soon, will you send her on the front lines with the rest of the Kriegs?
She's already out of the feeder womb though.
Oh, okay. So
She's live and kicking. 2 months.
Okay. So when she's old enough to move her thumbs, you can give her a las gun and send her to the front. Be a true Krieg.
Yeah, I'll 3D print a like very small las gun.
I
With a very
heard
large
the baby
bayonet.
in your I heard the baby in your video. I'm like, oh no, I want a child.
Yeah. I had to
Oh,
make
I miss
I had to
babies.
make the video pretty fast, and my wife was in bed, and I had to record. It was like the baby is not like she's in the phase where she's cramping a lot, she's crying, so I had to put her in the chest carrier to just keep her quiet.
I mean, the little illustration with you just touching her is
It's
just
adorable.
so cute. That was the perfect touch. I'm like, I like this man's channel. He is now my new favorite.
That
Subscribe.
artwork is made by Adam
Oh, very
on my
good.
server. Mm-hmm.
Alright,
But yeah,
let
it's been fun. Arch should adopt a kid. I think we'll do him good.
Alright, I will read the thing with a little musical tune, and then Arch can continue on his super chats. Okay. I'm a little Latina, short and stout. Here
Also-
are my footsies, here is my mouth. When I'm all alone, they make out. That's what a London hit girls are all about. There, be happy.
What?
Shut up, babe.
That's what
I
you
got
have to do when you
$100
become a
for it.
YouTuber.
Arch, I already know you're
Mother
going to
of
probably
God.
have that for your new audio dono shit, aren't you?
I mean, I'm actually 50-50 on VTubers at the moment, generally, because I actually met only two. The first one was actually pretty based. The second one was a fucking idiot. So
Who's the second one? I'm curious.
I
think
do
I know.
not remember, nor do I really care, but it was
Okay.
a female VTuber that I ended up in a live stream because of the first one, that she was invited in it. And I ended up finding out during the live stream that she was one of the people that believes that there is no canon in 40k and that every book cannot be trusted because of the unreliable narrator fallacy. And after I started getting disrespected by her in her chat, I actually went and pretty much nuked her entire argument. I went and pretty much asked, okay, if they are trying to embellish the stories, why in the fuck in the Book of Rings world they will live inside the book that half of the chapter of the Crimson Fist got exploded by their own weapons? The literal missile came back from orbit and exploded half the chapter. Why would they leave that in? And she didn't know how to answer, so...
Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
I can assure you, I may be cringe, but I am not annoying. Well, actually, no, I could be a little annoying, but I am not painfully left leaning, and I do like story and accuracy with that shit.
Arch,
Oh, why? Arch, put that away.
I mean, if you want to learn
Perfect
40k
timing.
lore, I will be happy to teach you. Not because I'm happy that you learn, but because I need more victims to lore dump on. So
Yes. Maybe sometime next month we can plan a Wednesday. Next Wednesday. Well, this Wednesday. This Wednesday.
oh,
I'm having
whenever you
Arch
want.
yap at me about Skaven, and then after that we are trying to we're going to figure out what specific faction we want to learn about next. Last week we talked about the Sisters of Battle and the Sisters of Silence. I love both of them dearly, and I wish they got more attention.
Yeah, same.
Yep.
To be honest, same. Even if I will just be content to learn what happened actually at the end of the story with Tarasha Euten, because we actually never got an answer, and I'm starting to get irritated after all these years. But yeah.
Oh, we will
Be right back.
definitely plan a day, and and thank you for being willing to teach a fish many things, because I love hearing people autistically talk about things that they like.
Well, you should be happy then, because when the next video on my channel, it will actually be over 1 hour on a topic that nobody else ever really cared about that much. So.
Yay! I love listening to things.
Uh,
All right, you can continue, Arch. Stop tormenting chat with Boogart.
Why?
I'm surprised by the quality of the art, though. Like for being art made for even mocking reasons in some ways, it is very well made. It is incredible.
I hate it so much.
Oh, this is Boog. He mass produces this stuff.
He does. It's cringe as shit AI art.
That is
Oh
not
my god.
cringe. It is excellent high quality cringe.
Okay, Boog, you're hearing this. Arch wants more art of himself.
Look at that.
Stop. And why the pony, Lumi, specifically?
Boog is an artist. He knows exactly how to get across that maniacal lum stare.
Boog, please, make more Arch stuff.
You should-
Because he really wants more.
You
Pony
should
Arch has been made.
Pay him,
Oh.
Lum. Look at how good he is. You should just pay him.
I don't want
Put him on payroll.
foot art.
Boog is a highly skilled artist.
Lum, give us your best Ubu voice.
No.
Okay,
I've
the best
never once
Arara
did it
voice.
correctly. I will
And then
refuse
Arch.
to do it correctly.
First I want to
unless
hear you,
am
and then I
drunk.
want to hear Arch.
Okay, the best Arara voice then.
I haven't done that either. I
Time
am
to
not I'm not stereotypical VTuber whore. I am a cringe VTuber at heart.
I keep hearing about Arch's face scar.
That's just
Oh, yeah,
chat being chat.
he made one of his exes angry at him, and then he got a scar because of it.
Oh, so he's not actually been single all his life.
No,
Tragically.
he hasn't been single all of his life. He
Uh,
just likes finding dysfunctional women that like to hurt him. And then he
I mean-
wonders, am I the problem? No, it's clearly the women that's the problem.
I mean,
It
to
all
be
makes
honest,
sense
after all these years, it is my own personal canon, at least mentally, that Arch was born like an orc would be born from a mushroom and like was born a lore expert directly. Because like I've been here for years, I've never seen him change in appearance, in voice, or in style, and I'm like, what the fuck? This person is immortal. He was literally born a 40k expert.
Yeah, he was never an infant. He was just always Arch.
Barch.
But we have a wide selection of VTubers here. Lum is not technically a prostitute yet.
No, I'm never.
Yet.
We do have those as well. Again, Mal is the perfect example of that. We'll do pretty much anything for enough money. We have Dev, who's our other whore VTuber. He will also believe pretty much anything, but it's a bit more difficult with Dev. You have to tell him to believe the opposite, and then he will. So if you tell him capitalism good, he will become communist, and so on.
No, you just gotta say that the government backs it, and he'll back it.
Yep, government bad, Dev government good. God, where was I? Why, Hayden, nice to see you, Danny. Your channel is excellent. Oh, and that also reminds me. I will never have it said about Arch that he does not befriend smaller people. Arch has never been conceited. He has always been friendly to everyone who has been friendly to him, often to his significant detriment as well.
Is that a nudge to Major Kill? Because I know the story.
Well, that one too. He is but one. I think I've been betrayed by 3 40k YouTubers in my career so far.
You know, I always hear of Major Kill, but I don't know who Major Kill is.
Probably the worst 40k lore YouTuber you can ever find around. Just to make it a comparison, like generally, on his channel you will find a video about the God of War, which is one of the main topics that my small channel actually has covered, and Arch has covered extensively. The videos of Arch are over 18 hours long. My entire series, even if you count the last episode that is a theory craft that I actually sent Arch, but he never told me if he actually thinks it's a good theory. Damn you, Arch! Actually, is almost 6 hours. My entire series is 5 videos. Then you have Major Kill that covered the entire Bad War in 12 minutes. I was shown the video by my co-host. He was dying of laughter. I was dying inside because I spent 3 months of my life to retell the war correctly with dates, precise events, even giving context to everything. And then you arrive to him that at the end of the video actually fused together 2 names of 2 chapters and made up a 3rd chapter that doesn't actually exist, that fought in the Bad War, using the canon of Trial of the Mantis Warriors that, as I cover in my series, doesn't actually fit canon, so it's not canon. So yeah, you can understand the quality from that.
Yeah. Huh, interesting. Sounds like a piece of shit.
Yeah, other than
I think
that,
he's
there have
probably
been,
the richest Warhammer creator at this point.
Yeah,
maybe
because
Luton
of
makes
porn.
more. But...
Yeah, because of porn mainly, because he actually offers like a lot of porn on his Patreon for $1, and it is the main thing he shields in his
He
videos.
recently started shilling peptides, which is pretty much a gateway to steroids, which is very weird.
Yeah, other than that, he has backstabbed Arch. He has backstabbed Wes Hammer with the argument that, Wes Hammer is actually copying me. And I'm like, are you a fucking idiot? And that's a rhetorical question because I actually have my opinion on him already established. But like, you guys are both lore YouTubers. You are covering the same fucking stuff that somebody else made. How is he copying you when you are copying Games Workshop for entertainment value? And I'm like, what the fuck? Other than that, there is also the unconfirmed theories like of what happened with Mark Lewis Spark, because actually there was a video Mark Lewis Spark actually released the first episode of Death of Hope, but because the quality was not that high, he got a lot of hate in the comments for it, to the point that he stopped the project, at least from what I remember from the times. But the problem is that I actually had various people tell me, oh no, yeah, it was actually Major Kill. Now, I don't know if it is true. I've had various people actually tell me this, but they said that there was a controversy about it.
Magical made a video on it, and basically, like, he addressed like the alleged bullying, but he also said like the dude should grow some skin, but I don't think he was the one that was assaulting him.
I mean, he says the dude should grow some skin, and then he gets angry when Wes Hammer makes his same videos.
Yeah, that's the ironic part.
Yeah,
it's very ironic. I mean, Mage Kill can definitely like make you laugh, but his content's not.
I wouldn't actually say that it could make you laugh. It depends on the kind of entertainment you actually like. But as I was watching,
I have a very childish sense of humor, so I like Space King.
Yeah. I mean, Space King is actually a very good piece of satire in many ways. The point is that irony needs variance, and at the same time needs some kind of good approach. From what I've seen from the videos of Major Kill, the main way will make you laugh in his videos is by cursing like an Australian would normally. Like, generally, I have lost count to the amount of times in the video of the Bad War where he said, Euron got fucked in the ass. I'm not even joking.
Lord of Opossum says, hi, Arch and guest. And we have reached the other 10 yellow super chat goal, which means we have to expose the guests to the baby catapult.
Oh, no.
This table was designed to help women give birth easily. Patent filed in 1963. First, the pregnant woman is strapped onto the table, lying on her back. When labor begins, the table spins at a calculated speed, theoretically using centrifugal force to assist in delivering the baby. The table's speed can reach up to 8G, which is equivalent to forces experienced by pilots during high-speed maneuvers in fighter jets. The speed of rotation is adjusted dynamically depending on the mother's progress and the baby's position. This force is intended to assist the uterus in pushing the baby out naturally by supplementing the mother's own efforts. At the base of the rotating table, a soft, cushioned receptacle or net is installed to catch the baby safely once it is expelled. The receptacle is designed to absorb the impact and gently cradle the newborn, preventing any injuries.
Preventing
Having,
any injuries.
having witnessed birth like literally 2 months ago, I can confirm this is.
I
pretty accurate.
would actually. I would actually comment that this is my new mental image when I think of the Demon Culaba. So thank you, Arch. You could have spared me this, but thank you.
To create a healthy baby boy.
Jesus Christ.
God damn it. There's so much
So
nice
chat
Illumi
wood.
art out there.
Lum, have you
But
ever
no.
been introduced to the Demon Colaba?
No.
Pontius.
What is that?
Watch my video on why female space marines can't exist. I'll send you the time, and I actually covered the Demon Culaba a bit in detail. You will have a lot of fun, but yeah.
Okay.
You're a mother, you will enjoy it.
Very
Oh,
much
yay.
so.
Well, let's see. 191 Redbird. Have you seen the Morningstar Project animations? They are an original setting with Astartes levels of quality with a very interesting lore to go with it. Is it legally distinct? 40k? Perchance?
While it is legally distinct, I will say in style it is still very too much close, and I'm surprised they still haven't been taken down. But yeah,
Alright, I found a picture there, and yes, I have begun to use legally distinct, honestly, as a bit of an insult of people who are too fucking stuck on 40k, and all they can make is 40k, but legally distinct. Now oh god, okay, yeah.
This is being made by the same people who made Exodite.
yeah.
So,
I'm actually in the server with them.
again, I know nothing about this project. Maybe it's actually a lot more original than it looks, but I look at shit like this and I'm like, oh, so you made 40k? Yes. Oh, good. maybe I'm being uncharitable. It's entirely possible, but sweet baby Jesus, is that a Chaos Star on his fucking head?
No, I think it's like a
no.
NATO symbol.
Yeah, yes, yeah, it is. It just happens to look a lot like a Chaos Star.
Yeah, I mean, the main guy of the main animation actually has half of his face covered in symbols like not Lorgar, but like Erebus, and I'm like, okay, are these the word bearers of this universe?
I mean, it looks good. I mean, graphically, it looks solid. I'm sure the animations are
Lore-wise,
good.
I think they're heavily digging into like capitalism. Like there's a galactic-wide capitalist something corpo.
So it's cyberpunk, but in space.
Let's see.
Yeah.
So, a battle rifle too large for regular infantry to carry. Yeah, Space Marines. Drug cocktails inserted into a black carapace. Very well. Chapter symbols on the shoulder pads. Reactive armor breastplate. I don't think that would be a good idea, but
Yeah, I don't know how much the people that made this design actually know about what reactive armor is, because they pretty much strap on the chest of this guy pretty much 10 packs of C4.
yeah. I'm about to say, like, if you're about to get hit by like a fucking, shaped charge, then sure. But if you get shot at by this, like just regular bullets, you're gonna have C4 packs exploding on your chest. I don't know if that's necessarily wise. Oh well. But yes, no, I am very hesitant about legally distinct franchises, because people need to tear themselves away from 40k, because I'm not even saying this out of a spite position. I'm making my own thing. I'm saying it because every time you try to copy somebody else's thing, it usually fails. Look at the 5 bajillion games that tried to be World of Warcraft, for example.
I mean, I would actually discuss the fact that World of Warcraft now is in the shitter too, but yeah.
At least it took them a while.
Yeah.
Also, we still haven't gotten to Janovich's
World of Warcraft
image.
is milked so dry, like.
I mean, it was very good until Wrath of the Lich King, then yeah. Is this another piece of AI? I cannot say at this point with Games Workshop.
I don't think it's AI. It's got too many details to be AI. I do notice a couple of dumb things. He is carrying a bayonet on his belt whilst having a bayonet affixed to his Lucius Patton latch rifle. That bayonet is also not attached to a lug. It seems to be sprouting directly from the from the weapon itself. Interesting. The cooling coils are wrong. The barrels is way too long. The power pack is way too small. The uniform looks okay, at least. He's got the breather mask, the death skull. He's got the breather...
But he's not a grenadier, so he shouldn't have a death skull.
That's
They're
true.
trying to
He shouldn't have the
yeah.
armor piece there, because he's not a grenadier. Because he was a grenadier, he should have a cuirass.
I mean, it looks cool, but it's basically being added to every Death Corps unit by now. So...
yes, because that is actually a special piece for the grenadiers. And they're also supposed to have a grenadier's mark on their helmet here as well for grenadiers.
Yeah, like an extra armor plate on the front. The most annoying thing about this image, it kind of looks like he's not even wearing gloves. It's hard to tell, but if that's true, like...
Those look like his fingernails.
Yeah.
There's clear...
It's very damning.
Like those do look like fingernails, but that finger looks like it's wearing a glove.
It could be a lazy artist or made by AI and just touched up by an artist. Who the fuck knows?
I think the
Because-
Feet of Rex cover is also very bad. Like the novel cover.
I mean,
But yeah,
the
the
novel
more you look at this image, the less it makes sense if you're an actual fan of Death Corps.
But like the novel cover isn't like in part AI from what I understood. People found strange stuff in it.
Yeah, if you look closely at it, they're like, yeah, this one.
That's a bit of a low res one. This one's...
It's-
Yeah, this one's better.
Yeah, but it's probably 3D assets that they painted over. You can kind of tell.
Those look like 3D assets. They look too soft. Like, you see, like, the curvature of everything, the arm in particular.
Mhm. There's no fabric. Like it's
Yeah,
just plastic.
they also look extremely undetailed. Like the only thing that actually has
Yeah.
folds is the jacket of the commander, but the rest they are a smooth uniform. What the fuck? For Kriegers.
Oh, and there's shell casings at his feet, like bullet casings at his feet, but they
Bullet
fire
yeah.
as weapons.
Yeah, why would
so-
they be bolt cases? Now, the commissar's officers can occasionally have bolt guns, but they would have far larger bullet casing than that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and removing that, I don't see anybody armed with that. And even then, there is too many to be somebody with a bolt pistol.
But
It is probably like an heavy.
The
an
worst
heavy
thing
weapon,
about this
but-
picture is that some guys in the background, they're not even holding their rifle strap.
No, wait a second. There is
Oh,
actually
yeah.
something worse. Look at the perspective of the Titan. The Titan looks massive, but the cannon looks extremely small. What the fuck?
Yeah, bad perspective.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Reaver too. I thought. Wait, no, that's not it. I
Yeah,
thought
it's a
it was a
Reaver.
Warhound
It's a Reaver.
because that is way too small to be a Reaver. I mean, Reavers are fucking huge. That looks like a Warhound scale. Like,
Also, the shadow on the Reaver is very strong compared to the rest of the image.
Yeah,
looks
no,
very
no, but generally, look, even
clear.
the armor doesn't make much sense. Like, look how it goes down on the plate over the head, and then you have the shoulder that is covering nothing.
and the impact. Like, these look like just. Think of that needs to be battle cannon shells to leave holes that size in a fucking Reaver. Reavers are goddamn huge.
But yeah, it's very suitable cover for a shitty novel.
Yeah, and I will say the airplanes in the sky are actually the worst offenders because the ones in the front, at least,
the engines
Yeah, at
are
least
way
I-
too large.
they have some kind of detail. But like if you look at the one on the most right side, it seems like a random piece of trash put in as an airplane. That one, yeah.
Yeah, it's very cookie cutter.
Well, again, the
The
problem
one
is
by Karl Kopinski, the original actual wallpaper, that was so amazing. I actually have it in my office. But
so the tail.
when you compare the two, it's
The tail
night and
is
day.
wrong. The wings are wrong. The engines are wrong.
I'll send it.
Well, this is also again just the problem when you have people who don't really care about what they're making.
They were probably
not
just told, hey, we want this as a picture, and just looked at the first draft. It's like, yep, that's a picture. All right, send it out.
Ah, yeah, the
pretty
original
much.
like wallpaper picture
Yeah.
there.
But
That one is
comparative, yes.
beautiful. That one is absolutely beautiful.
Also,
Yeah.
Karl Kopensky, I think that's his name. He recently did a crowdfund because he suffered from a stroke, and now he's
Really?
unable to paint. So that's kind
Yeah,
of
it
sad.
was him.
Yeah.
What happened to him for not being able to paint?
Yeah, I think he just had a stroke. He was on some medication, so he was already in a bad position. I don't know all the details, but I think the medication caused his stroke.
Yeah, but like now, why can't he paint? Like, what does the stroke cause him to suffer now?
He used to be able to draw with two hands at the same time,
Oh,
so I don't think he can do that anymore. Yeah, if you actually look him and do it, it's absolutely mind blowing. Just sketch out with two hands, like.
I mean, I cannot even draw a straight line. Is why I went straight into 3D.
Yes.
So
Exactly. Yeah, I think this guy is literally one of the most talented Warhammer artists that has ever been.
is he the one that actually made the Macarius novels covers?
I don't know, but he did all the Red Scorpion artwork.
Oh, he did the Red Scorpions artwork. No, I love the artwork of Karakul.
Yep.
Also,
Anyway.
more special donations. A live chuck, $50. The day in my life video pissed me off so much, not just for the video itself, but for the mindset of the represent in the military. And I swear that mindset has had me force people to use their effing brains. Is more than you want to know. GW not using brain. GW just not using brain. And Psycho Star, the world of tabletop is a dark rabbit hole, and looking bleaker by the year. It's not my vice, and throwing money at YouTubers is. Lumi can decide what to apply this on, because I'm feeling very generous. Say the line, you foot fetishist.
What line? And also throw the money for the Lumicast and what's one of the games that needs to be funded? You know what? Fuck it. Witcher 3 DLC.
What a little lum.
What?
The line is probably the one about London It Girl. I like that one.
No.
Anyway, Arch, as we are here, I will expose to you my theory directly, and you can tell me what you think of it. Pretty much in the video I sent you about the God of War, I theorized that the main reason Euron actually fell to Chaos was because of his power claw, the Ghost Razors. Because in the lore, every time they are mentioned, they are always extremely weird, to the point that even Armeneus Valtex doesn't know what they are or how they function. And the way they exploded at the end of the story after being hit by the Melta Blast was also extremely weird. So I theorized pretty much, Chaos Weapon. It was also a gift of the Tiger Claws, and the Tiger Claws were rumored to have been exterminated because corrupted. So, what do you think?
The Tyrant's Claw.
Heresy
Yeah, the Ghost
I mean-
Razors.
Fire is the answer.
It's got a bit of a creepy name. It also worked its way onto the iconography and everything as well, so not impossible. It's probably a bit of a stretch, but it's also definitely not impossible.
I mean, a bit of a stretch, I would ask why, just for curiosity.
Just because we don't have any hard evidence of it. Because
No, that is obvious. It is why it is a theory. But actually, in the video explained that every time they were mentioned, they were weird. Like it was mentioned that they can cut pretty much through anything, even Terminator armor in a single slash. Armeneus Valtex doesn't know how they work and is pretty much the Albert Einstein of Tech Marines. At the same time, in the battle and duel between Euron and Kuln, at that point Euron was pretty much superhuman, and the Power Claw was slashing down Kuln like it was made of paper. Other than that, he was moving fast in Terminator armor, which was also weird, which might also include that the weapon was a Chaos weapon that was giving him strength, especially with the wound Kuln gave him. That Kuln commented that it should have killed Euron, but it actually didn't. So, and by the end of it, the way they exploded, because yes, I can understand if a plasma weapon is hit by a melta, it will explode, but a power weapon exploding with such strength to incinerate the arm of a Terminator armor and much of the right side of the Terminator armor, that is weird, to say the least.
very plausible. Very plausible.
Pontius, I just watched your video today. Sorry for
Yay!
not watching it earlier.
No problem. Did you like the theory?
Yes, it's very good actually. Like,
Ah.
I legit think you're the biggest Warhammer nerd I've ever seen. Like even worse than Arch. That's why I said when you were also going on the ArchCast, I was like, oh my god, no, I have to talk to two of these artists. But yeah, I'm glad you're here.
No problem. No, I mean, even if I was told no, I would have been fine with it. In the end, it is the show of Arch. But I was just curious about the theory because in the end, I actually learned about the God of War many years ago with the videos of Arch. I never watched all of them. Sorry, Arch, but I can stomach up until 2 hours. After that, I don't want to watch anymore. I need actually to touch grass. But which became worse when I made actually my videos.
Eat the pasta.
Yeah, I need to eat the pasta. I need to eat the pasta on the garden because I need to touch the grass. But actually I found out about the God of War from Arch, and I was curious about his opinion on the theory, mainly because he's the biggest autist that actually covered it other than me. So
Huron did nothing wrong.
that's actually the opinion of Pio, my co-host. But mainly because he doesn't like paying taxes either. So.
Although I was thinking about Arch, you were covering Trench Crusade, right? And basically, you talked about that the human faction fighting for the demons. That
They had to take legions, yes.
Yeah, because they're literally fighting for hell. That it's not even their fault, sort of. Thought you were making the argument, but doesn't that kind of also go for 40k? Like if you're a chaos.
What do you mean
cultist,
it's not their fault?
Like if you get corrupted by chaos, which is basically hell, right? How are you supposed to?
No. For chaos and hell don't work at all the same way. The heretic legionnaires are not corrupted. The heretic legionnaires are the evilest human beings possible. There's no corruption there. They have to go to the gate of hell, see the gate of hell, and if they're not literally already evil, they will burst into flame and die. Like, every single heretic legionnaire is the worst kind of, like, evil, torturous sadist. All of them.
Oh yeah, aren't actually these the ones that need to kill a baby to be part of the forces of hell?
No, they don't need to kill a baby. They just need to see the gates of hell, which is worse than killing a baby. Like, seeing the gates of hell is described as, if you're a normal human, you just die. Like, your mind is shredded to pieces, your skin bursts into flame. There's no way a normal human can even see the gates.
Oh.
So yeah, you go there and you're like, I didn't just burn to a crisp.
Yes.
That says something about my character. Maybe I should join him.
Basically, you have to desperately desire to join the legions of hell, fully knowing what they are, to become a heretic legionnaire. Like, they're not corrupted, they are just unironically actually evil.
Service guarantees citizenship.
So they wouldn't even be surprised then.
Oh yeah, no. They're not surprised in the slightest. Like, they commit themselves to one of the great, like, demons of hell, the Archlords. They do it because they are evil. Like, there's no indoctrination here whatsoever.
All right.
How many years do you give it before they backtrack this and actually go, no, hell is actually just people that are misunderstood?
Well, the thing is, it's probably inevitable because that's how their brains work. That's why one of their moderators said that, no, there's no clear good or evil in the Trench Crusade universe.
There is literally no good or evil. My brother, there is literally hell. There are people killing infants to become part of the armies of hell. Oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, it is the same thing. Like, the same thing that is happening with the anime of Devil May Cry will happen to Trench Crusade. Because the new anime that actually came out from Devil May Cry, created by Adi Shankar, the same guy that made the Castlevania animes, that only the first season of the first one was actually good, the rest was garbage. He pretty much went with the approach, oh yes, but hell and demons from hell in Devil May Cry actually are just misunderstood people, and the evil ones are actually the Americans that are invading hell, like an invasion of Iraq. Like, there is even a meme about it.
Oh yeah, fucking that entire thing was annoying as shit because they went the rings a power root when it comes to the demon families. Like, oh, the poor demon families, they just want to raise
Yeah,
their
they're
children.
not-
It's Glug, Glugwife, and Glugling all over again. And it's like, no, I don't fucking care. Kill them. And the fact that American Idiot plays when it's like, oh, the Americans are invading hell. Oh my
Yeah,
fucking
that's a
God.
good thing. That is a straight good thing.
It's just like, oh, why is America invading hell? Well, do they have oil? Because yeah, sure, we'll invade hell if there's oil there.
But again, like this is my point in my latest video about the identification with evil. They don't get it. Like, first and foremost, Lum, what tank is this? Identify the tank.
No, not again.
Identify the tank. Well, technically, it's sort of like a self-propelled gun and sort of like a tank destroyer, but we'll be generous with Lum and call it a tank for now. Identify the tank, Lum.
I don't know what kind of tank that is. It looks like it's made out of various torture devices.
You say World War II.
It is World War II, that is correct. I'll even narrow it down. It's Soviet. Go on,
Yeah, I was going
Lum.
to say that.
What kind of tank is it?
With the Orthodox symbol.
I am going to cheat and use chat. ISU 122.
That is incorrect, you cheating Lum. You dog.
Oh. T35? IS3?
What the?
I don't think it's a T34.
No, definitely not.
No.
No.
I don't know. Chat's not helping me. What is it, Arch?
It's an
I know the
ISU
torture devices. I don't know
152.
what it is.
I mean, if you ask me, the answer is actually a shitty one. What kind of tank is it? A shitty one.
No. I quite like the ISU 152. It was basically just the idea of if we can't penetrate the enemy armor, let's just hit it with an HE round large enough to literally knock out the crew. That was a good idea.
Yes, if we go for World War II tanks, I'm actually a fan of the German engineering with the Tiger 5.
Now,
Wait,
I
are you
will
saying
say,
they're trying to ricochet it so hard it like pinked everybody out of consciousness?
Francina did fuck up the barrel here on the ISU 152. It is too thin to be a proper 152, but you also see the underslung on the mantle there is the 152, not the ISU 122. The ISU 152 was a brilliant gun. It was originally intended to be an assault gun, but then they turned it into a tank destroyer. It fired 152mm, does the name, naval cannon shell, which was just HE. So it would just hit the enemy tank, and if it was a Panzer IV, it would just delete it. And if it was anything else, the armor would stop the blast, but it would usually knock the fuck out of the crew, because of the sheer overpressure of it. Beautiful.
You know, I like the braking wheels and the stake on it. Those are pretty neat.
Actually, that is a good point. A World War II tank in a World War I level tech setting. What?
Oh yeah, well
Yeah,
the
makes
tech.
sense.
Oh, this isn't even the worst. This isn't even close to the worst. Let me show you another one of their little pieces of art. Ah, here we go. Yes. See anything objectionable about this art piece here?
The artillery
Oh no, the AA guns
No,
are fine
the
comparatively.
airplanes. Yeah.
for World War
But I've
I.
seen your videos.
Oh, fuck the jets overhead.
The jet fighters, yes.
When I first saw this image, I thought it was just like shells flying overhead or something.
Yeah,
Like
there we got fucking jet fighters.
Poorly drawn. Yeah.
Jet fighters in World War One. Okay.
Which they're still
The Red
trying to
the
shoot
Red
down
Baron.
with solid shot 88s as well, which I like.
Yeah. The Red Baron is probably like twisting in his tomb so much you could create like a powerhouse of energy from it.
Yeah,
There's
like
so many
the,
people who are like, look, you're the Kree guy, you are gonna love Trench Crusade. And I'm like, no, not really. It's not really appealing for some reason, but I think you've pretty much nailed it. Why?
It's too all over the place. Like it's not a thought out setting. It was created because Mike Francina was like, I want to draw cool stuff, and he does draw cool stuff. But that was all he ever thought about. He was just like, okay, how do I draw cool things? And he did draw cool things, but none of this makes sense when you put it all together. But what I was going to point out was the reason why the progressives are looking at this and going like, listen, these are the bad guys too, is because of stuff like the torture device, like they burn to person on the back, like breaking wheels, etc. However, yet again, in this world, God is actually real. Burning a witch is actually, in this universe, a legitimate moral action because you're trying to send her spirit to heaven instead of fucking hell. Torturing people to death so that they repent is actually a moral action in a universe where you know that heaven and hell is real. But again, the progressive can only view anything from the perspective of the today world. They cannot put their mind into a fantasy setting. And that is, again, also why Trench Crusade is so wildly inconsistent, because the people creating it can't put themselves in that world and figure out how things would work in that world.
I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually watch your video and are like, I can't stand arts. And then they go like, oh, hell, actually. And then they start changing the lore just to prove you wrong.
I fucking hope
I wouldn't
so.
fucking doubt it.
Give me attention.
like-
Feed me.
It's like whenever people talk about like, oh, that like this is good, this is evil. Oh no, there's no good or evil. Blah 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 blah. Especially when it comes to anything with religion, especially if you're talking about like old religion. I can only think about when I was reading Berserk and we got to the Tower of Conviction.
That's good. But Lost Children was better, if you ask me.
Oh, I fucking love Lost Children. It is my favorite mini arc. But it's like when we get to see Farnese in her absolutely psychopathic religious zealot era that she was in. And if that was ever adapted to anime and the modern day audience seen it, they would try to cancel that so fucking fast, because this is how you know most of the modern audience hasn't read hardly anything of Berserk. They didn't even read past the Black Swordsman because they just get filtered out so fucking hard, which, good.
Meanwhile,
I
Lums
also
is making
think a lot
posts
of-
like this on Reddit.
Oh my fucking god, Arch.
It also happens a lot in 40k, but generally I will say that the problem is that people... The more the years go on, the less brain power people seem to have, to the point that they find it impossible to see things outside of their own perspective. It is why I actually ended up some months ago after the video that even Arch covered about Adam something, that made a video about how 40k was full of Nazis and such, and the fans of the Imperium of Men and such were Nazis, and whatever the fuck else he actually said. I made a video that pretty much showed proof that there is actually a good faction in 40k, and that is the humans. They are actually the only ones that are good in the entirety of the universe of 40k, and they are the only ones that were forced into being this bad just for the sheer will to survive, instead of just, oh no, we are morally superior, kill all of us, we don't want to become bad people. And like the main distinction I made when the video started was that you can see it into perspectives. One is from the real world with your own ideas of how things should be, with your own political ideology, with how you interpret things normally. And the other is decimate yourself on the normal person in the world that is actually made up. Because in the first case, yes, everyone is evil. In the second one, is it really like that? And as I showed in that video, no, it isn't really like that. I showed like entirely why the humans are in the right in 40k. But generally, people seem to be having very much troubles in creating a mind space where they can examine things objectively, not with their own moral stand ground. So they cannot really separate their own mental programming from their own opinion making. And you end up with stuff like this, where, yes, hell and heaven are real, but because in real life they hate religion, then it means that it actually the bad guys are the ones that are religious, not the demons from hell.
You know, unfortunately, to the left, there's no such thing as critical thinking, nuance, and media literacy, because they will only take things at face fucking value. They will not see, oh, maybe there's something more, something a little deeper in there. Maybe you got to dig a little bit. No, too much work. I need the story to be told to me straightforward.
I don't think
Otherwise, I
they
will
even
cry
take it
and
at
I will
face
leave.
value. I think they just it's full projection at this point.
No, they just see the symbolism they want to see. Oh yes, this is a tank literally that is blessed, that is fighting against the legions from hell. But because they actually burned a witch on the stake on it, oh no, these guys are the bad guys. Let alone the fact that there is literally demons coming out from hell and killing and slaughtering everyone they find, unless they are as evil as them. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's like, okay, a lot of the modern left will look at, like, for example, Greek mythology and say, "Oh wow, this is so cool. We will take this mythos and just cater it to our own stories." But then they forget the amount of shit that actually is told in Greek stories. But then they're like, "Oh, we'll ignore that because we don't like it. It makes us feel icky." It's like, do you want to listen to the stories and read them, or do you want them fucking neutered to the fucking ground?
Yeah, I don't think they have an IQ high enough to actually interpret the deeper messaging and the nuance of world building that you can find in a universe like 40k or even in part in Trench Crusade. There is this general opinion that is even in the chat that orcs in 40k are actually the only good race because they are not evil. In my video, I go into extreme detail about how they like to torture humans for fun. Just saying. So, no, the orcs are not evil. They just burned a father in front of his family and all of his young children on the fire because they found it funny. They are not evil.
Just people need picture books now because clearly more advanced world building is not for the Zoomer mindset, honestly. And it's like, granted, turning this to a different direction, but it's still being adapted and being released next year. Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. How much do you think that's going to be fucked up? Because the modern audience is going to be like, oh, but this is too icky. I don't want to see any of that. But I still want to hear the story.
What's his latest movie?
He's releasing the Odyssey.
No, I mean before that.
Before that, he did Interstellar. He did fucking... What was the other movie he did, Arch? I forget.
I don't know, but I do know that Phoenix DS donated $50, and Lublum has refused to inform me of this again. Says CBT Engineering retired.
Okay, his latest film was
Cock and
Oppenheimer.
ball torture?
Oppenheimer, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You can have an
He
engineering
doesn't have a
degree for
track
cock and ball torture.
track record.
I didn't know about that.
It's not like the dude that made Napoleon.
C4 does not explode from it
but-
being shot. It needs a booster charge to go off, not a bullet. You can burn it, shoot it, step on it, turn it into angry white bunny, and it won't explode without a primer charge. That is kind of true. But it depends on the heat of the projectile hitting it. If they're getting shot by things that require reactive armor, I think there might be dangerous shit around.
Yeah, there were people actually commenting on my comment that but C4 doesn't explode when hit by a bullet. Yes, but the problem is that if they get hit by anything that will activate the reactive armor is actually implanted in their own breastplate. They will be blowing up their own chests just to stop a bullet that would have killed them anyway. So that is why I made the comment. They strapped 10 blocks of C4 on their own chest, because when that thing goes off for one reason or another, you are blowing up because you're behind it. So if you don't die, say goodbye to both of your arms and legs.
Yeah, he's going to need to carry a lot of armor there.
Yeah, not the entirety of your body can be made of armor. You still need the joints to be movable. So say goodbye to whatever is not covered.
Also, I had no idea that cock and ball torture had an engineering degree.
The fuck?
What?
Well, he said he's a CBT engineer. CBT, cock and ball torture.
Oh. Anyway, I'm not surprised that they didn't. Like, there is any artworks of German tanks with this style in Trench Crusade? Because if they didn't do it, I understand exactly why. they were scared of how they would be called. They went with the Russians.
Russians are gay, though.
I don't know anything about the artist. I mean, he may have not. I don't know. It's mostly the people who are developing the actual board game right now that seem to be the morons.
Adam Wooford. So I'll do a couple more of these. Hey, it's my favorite Italian 40k. And Archer's here too. I am.
Okay, that was a bit insulting, I think.
No, it's okay. Arch needs to be beaten a little bit because otherwise his ego will get too big.
It's already is.
922 will Lumi be taught strategy and combined arms modern warfare by dragging her into Broken Arrow. It will help her with all her military acronyms. Scorn. No, I will not drag myself down by placing Lum Lum, the albatross, around my neck. Average Estonian, is this one of those this kind of stream where Miss Lumi gets Warhammer 40k education streams? Possibly, in part. The deal's not attack. So, are you going to forgive Emperor's text-to-speech device now? No. They still had by far the best defense of satire, unquestionably so. Even anyone had any chance whatsoever to stop GW from committing their acts of lawfare, it was text-to-speech device.
Yeah.
I do agree on like what you're saying. They do actually have a very good legal case against Games Workshop. The problem is that even if you do, you're still going to lose because you don't have the funds to take them to court for a prolonged time. And if they are losing, they're just going to drag your ass forever until you lose.
Possibly, yeah, but they were also a huge channel that could have crowdfunded a lot of money for that.
Yeah, but like removing the crowdfunding and the good lord.
Yeah, but to say like they should have done that, I don't know, man. Like
no, but the
I don't
problem
think you
is
can hold them accountable for like not crowdfunding a legal case against Games.
No. Wait a second. You are assuming they actually go to cease and desist. That is not the case.
No. I'm not saying that.
So,
I'm like, when given the information that we had after the Warhammer Plus debacle, I was actually of the same opinion that like if you had parody, if you was not monetized, you would have no problems. But what recently turned out is that this is not true anymore. They took down a channel that was not monetized, that was pure parody. So I think they actually made the right call, even if it didn't seem so at that time.
I hold them responsible for moral cowardice. Murky Product, how long can GW afford to keep on angering fans? It's not like they have Disney levels of money to burn. Well, they kind of do, because right now they are extraordinarily profitable. Like, they're doing very well. This may change, however, which is a good segue over into this, I guess, as Trump's last wave of random-ass tariffs has hit the world, including, of course, massive tariffs on China. Now, GW does not produce a lot of their stuff in China. They do produce some, but not all of it by any stretch of the imagination, not even the majority. A lot of other, rather cheap and scummy tabletop producers, however, do produce a lot of their stuff in China, and so suddenly that's a 50% tariff right there, which is not good for them. Even GW will probably have to pay, a 10% tariff between the UK and America? Now, GW doesn't care about a 10% price hike. That's their yearly increase on paint alone. Never mind everything else. So they will just blithely hand the cost over to you, the consumer. GW doesn't care.
Literally nobody would notice when it comes to Games Workshop prices.
Yeah, like their prices are already absurd. They just hike the prices by 10% and then just look at you like, well, so, what? What are you going to do instead?
Yeah.
I mean, it will arrive a point where the economy gets so bad and people so poor that they cannot buy Games Workshop anymore. Like, I do not think Games Workshop can survive on whales alone without things there going, because nobody's a fucking millionaire. To this point, where we are with Games Workshop models and prices, you will need soon a loan just to have a fully functioning army to play a normal game, not even an apocalypse one. It is why people love the Kill Team, because it is actually 5 or 6 models and you can play.
Yeah, I think Kill Team is actually pretty representative for what's actually going on. Many people don't even have full armies anymore.
Because it's too expensive. And again, it's because GW has an absolutely enormous markup. They could be selling their products for half the money, easy, and still be making an ass ton of money, but they don't want to make an ass ton of money. They want to make all the money. And so long as they continue to possess a damn near de facto monopoly on the market, that is exactly what they're going to do.
One thing that I didn't understand about the tariffs is like everybody's saying like, "Oh, tariffs so stupid. You're gonna ruin your own economy. You're screwing off your own population." And then as soon as Trump put tariffs on other countries, their first reaction was, "We're gonna put tariffs on you guys too." Like, okay, so where's the logic? Because if you say it's bad for your own economy, then why is the logical response to put your own tariffs? I don't get it.
Lum, explain tariffs.
Why do you ask me these things?
Because I'm curious if I know the answer. I know the answer. I'm just bullying you now.
The point is, if they call Trump stupid for tariffs and they instantly put their own tariffs, they're just as stupid.
Lum, explain tariffs correctly, and I'll put up Boog's artwork of Arch and Sarkon ponies.
Yeah, I seen those. Very cursed. Tariffs are mostly for fucking imports, right? Where for example, because we get a lot of our imports from China, and why let China make a assload of money because did we have tariffs in China, or were they very low? I don't remember. Granted, I never paid attention to tariffs before. But essentially, we are putting up a fee to let China sell products in the United States. Right?
No, I get the reason behind tariffs, which is basically just boost your own economy, make it more expensive to get international products. It's basically a tax on your own population.
Yeah, I was
But
just
explain to me that
because I'm just like, I don't know what this is, and I'm just guessing at this point. Arch, am I at least a little correct?
Sort of, but you're dancing around the actual points here. Dumbasses.
Well, what's the point? Tell me.
God, you people have not played enough Victoria 2.
I never played Victoria 2.
It's the fucking problem, Lum. Tariffs are not a bad idea. In fact, most countries tend to have tariffs. China had a tariff on US goods. Many countries have tariffs on US goods. This is because if you're dealing with a country, and this is the reason why America not having tariffs on China was ridiculous. If you're dealing with a country that can produce something cheaper than you, so I am making a Lum foot plushie. I'm making a Lum foot... Actually, that's a good example, the Lum foot grinder.
No!
So if I'm producing the Lum foot grinder, there you go, in China, for $5, and you're producing the same Lum foot grinder in America for $10, nobody will buy the American brand Lum foot grinder. And so the American brand Lum foot grinder goes out of business, and Americans lose their jobs, and they become sad, and they have less money, and then the cheaper product will gain even more prominence in the market until the only the Lum foot grinders on the market are Chinese Lum foot grinders. The only way to avoid this is for the country to then go, no, we're going to place a tariff on Chinese Lum foot grinders. We're going to make them cost $10 as well, or maybe even $12, because we want to produce American brand Lum foot grinders. Now, this does mean that in the short term, Lum will not be able to gain access to cheap foot grinders, which makes Lum upset, because, that's where she gets her cheese from to put on her pasta.
Why?
But in the long term, this will mean that there will be more jobs remaining in America, as producing Lum foot grinders in America will become profitable again. This means that Lum will have access to a job at the Lum foot grinder factory, which means that Lum will have more money and in turn be able to afford the American Lum foot grinder. This all takes quite a bit of time to push through, but this is how tariffs are beneficial for a country. If you are losing a trade war because the opposition can simply produce stuff cheaper than you either have to impose tariffs or allow the production that your country once did to be taken over by that foreign country. Now, in theory...
Yeah, but that's... Okay.
Free trade is good. Like, if you're saying that the Chinese foot grinders create a special foot grinder, the Americans create another foot grinder, and they're both worth it, and both parties are entering into this competition openly, then free trade is great. But China isn't doing it. And the reason why they're doing punitive tariffs, Janovich, is just because they're assholes. Literally. It's Trump did a mean thing. I'm going to do a mean thing back. The majority of politics can be explained to you by a 3-year-old. Seriously.
Okay, yeah, that's about the same explanation that I've already heard then. There's just no better explanation at this point, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same reason why the EU for decades were like, no, we won't spend any more in defense, you bad, evil Americans. And the moment America's like, okay, well, we're going to start pulling out then. $800 billion for the EU army.
Yep.
Right, chat, Lum didn't explain tariffs properly, so you can't see the Sargon pony kissing art.
Oh, come on. I didn't explain it incorrectly. I just didn't explain all of it.
Here, I'll be
You
gentle.
I was about to say you can at least do the cuddling one, not the kissing one. You ignorant slut.
There, we'll put in a third goal for the day. 5 yellows for the Sargon ponies.
But it's like, from my very, very limited understanding on economics, it seems like the changes for the U.S. economy that Trump wants to do, it's going to hurt a bit when he first implements it, just like anything involving money. You have to take a little bit of a hit, but then things will slowly start improving, and that's when you start getting more money and more, what's the right term? Capital gain, I believe. It'll probably take it'll take a few years, but America will get back on its feet. Shut the fuck up, Arch.
Back on his feet. I wasn't even going to react, and then you pointed it out.
But essentially, it'll probably take till a little after Trump's term is done for things to equal out, and then we start gaining more money. But we would need to make sure that we get in another president that doesn't break that.
Which is going to happen. It's going to break. And nothing will help. This is the scenario of Lum having paid too much money on feet pictures. Mooseman is then upset at her and tells her to not spend any more money on feet pictures, thereby restoring the economy slowly but surely. But then Mooseman will start liking feet pictures too, and then even more money will be spent, and it's a terrible situation for everyone involved.
God damn it!
I found something interesting with the third term thing he was sort of alluding to.
The third term.
Looked into it. The third term. The third term.
You know, I have a certain
wasn't that like the 2-term limit was instated by Washington after his first presidency, I think, or something like very early on in the U.S. history. I think.
No. There was the 3rd-term limit was instituted. The 2-term limit was instituted in the Second World War after Roosevelt was a fuckhole about it.
Okay, I must have read something else.
Okay.
It was,
but it's not actually in the Constitution. It's sort of like a minor law, I think. Or they can sort of revert it, like legally, actually, through democracy.
I can see where this discussion is going, and I already have in my mind the amount of meltdowns Twitter will give us if it actually happens.
No doubt. So... Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even support it, but...
Yeah, it's a part of the U.S. Constitution. It is the 22nd Amendment that sets the term limits, and it was instituted after Roosevelt lied about his health status and got elected whilst literally dying, practically being dead.
My point was that there are legal ways to remove that amendment.
Sure.
To remove the limit.
But it would be easier to just invade capital at that point and seize it via military force. I'm just saying, it'd be easier, quicker, cleaner.
Send a bunch of hillbillies to the capital.
He can rely on the military. He just needs to ask around a little bit, make sure he's loyal. Because previously, the 2-term limit had never been picked up before. There had been no other president that had been elected for a 3rd and a 4th term, and that is because this was a gentleman's agreement. As Washington basically said, okay, we rule for 2 terms, that is enough time to do what we want to do. Any more than that might be abusive. And everybody agreed.
Oh,
Like, okay, that's fine, that's okay, that's cool. Everybody abided to it, and then a Democrat got into office and immediately like, no, I am special. I hate Democrats. I hate them. I hate them, I do.
I must say, seeing your chat, I don't know how popular Dev is in the live stream. Everybody's giving money because he's not here. I'm curious about that.
Dev's very popular as well. They're all talking about him.
Well, not in a good way. It's a bit of the Ubisoft dilemma. Not all publicity is good publicity in the long run.
Well, to put it like this, I'm Tencent.
Yeah, that is actually accurate. Yes.
So that's not a problem. I do hope that the tariffs will actually give GW a little bit of a beating, though, because GW deserves all the pain in the universe. I want them to be in pain. Actually, I'd prefer it if they'd built them up self more, and then preferably release the Amazon TV show and have it be just the worst thing ever made. Just have it be the most insulting, shit-ass television show ever. I will be sad for Henry Cavill as he will be dragged through the mud, but at this point, the man is fucking used to it. Because then I can release my own tabletop setting it round about that same time.
Henry Cavill's going to make his Space King show with Flash Kids.
I mean, actually, Flash Gates were offered a buyout for Space King, but actually refused it. It is where they made a video about it. It is where the meme "no lube" actually comes from.
Yeah, no, and Henry Cavill won't be available for that because he will be under contract in my setting as the UEC captains.
Good. Like, Henry Cavill at least cares about the projects he makes, and usually is a very big fan of the source material. It is why he was so discontent with The Witcher, because they fucked up the lore in every single way possible. So,
and God, I tell you, okay, so the Man of Steel got a lot of flack when it came out, deservedly so, admittedly. The way they shot it was just shit. Oh God, I hate fucking Zack Snyder's way of shooting everything. But the new Superman looks like utter fucking garbage. I hate it. The new trailer that's released where he's lying on the ground, wounded and bleeding, and Crypto starts bouncing all over him, hurting him more. I'm like, what? Why is Superman's dog beating up Superman? I don't understand.
I'm just upset that they made Crypto a small dog. It's like, we know what Crypto looks like. Why did you use a tiny little dog breed for this? Come on.
Heresy is the question.
Also, you get to show your boys love art now.
Yeah, no, my chat.
There's a super chat for me. From that guy's Gus. Jan, good to see you out of the trench. Thoughts on Morning Guard and Kevlar Chem Dogs. Any love for them? Also Curry. I don't know anything about Kevlar Chem Dogs. I'm sorry. Must apologize.
I know a bit. My Mine World rejects heavily dragged up. The main story I know, though, comes from the video of Luetin, where he covered a war against heretical forces of chaos that the Savlar Chem Dog took part in, where they seem to have invoked some kind of miracle during the battle, and actually ended up defeating not only the defending forces, but even the counterattack that came from a warband of Emperor's Children, but ended up being bombed into oblivion by the Inquisition because now they had seen chaos, so they needed to die.
Classic.
So.
And unfortunately, I also don't know anything about Morning Guard.
All I know about the Mordian Iron Guards is that their planet is poor as fuck, but the guys are extremely good fighters and are actually extremely neat in the way they keep their equipment and uniforms. Like, even on dirty, muddy battlefields, you will always see their uniforms in order. They are very proud of that. Even if they come from a planet that cannot even supply them with decent food, let alone weapons.
But this sounds all fucking terribly mistaken. The story you just told me, I'm pretty sure is from the Tactica Imperialis. They weren't the Savlar. It wasn't the Savlar Chem Dogs that did that. Savlar Chem Dogs, the penal regiment.
Oh, yeah. Then maybe, which one was it then? I remember it was the Savlar.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but it definitely wasn't Savla's, because they had combat engineers and all kinds of things. And they sent into the path of a Chaos Champion of the Emperor's Children's raids out of the Eye of Terra. Then they got orbital bombarded because, again, they'd seen Chaos and, gotta fuck them out.
It was not a penal regiment. I don't remember then what it was. But yeah, the Savlar Chem Dogs, I know they are pretty much crackheads, drug addicts, so... This is why they're called the Chem Dogs.
Yep. They tend to modify their rebreathers to pump combat drugs down their little gullets. Funny bunch.
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube is crashing again. I hate
it. That's why it was the Mordant Acid Dogs.
Ah.
I got them mixed up.
That sounds more reasonable.
Janovich,
yes.
what the fuck is this art you posted? Oh my god.
Yeah, I remember Savlar Chem Dog Manois, the Mordant Acid Dogs. Why the fuck there is so many regiments with dogs in the name? What the there is also frogs. Put those in.
I still need to watch Space King. Chat has told me I need to, and I will eventually. But it will be a long time still, chat. Long time.
Arch overworks himself, he overplans, and then he's like, but I don't have enough time to do anything. Also switch the art to what Janovich put in chat. It is horrifying.
Thanks, Lum.
What the fuck did you share? I'm curious. Oh, it's the Space King.
I made some slight change to the image.
That's the no scene, the no lube scene. But it was not what happened after it. Anyway, there is a person in the chat that really wants you to read the super chats for the questions they sent for various things.
Well,
Yes,
they're
Arch,
gonna
now
have
read
to rub
story.
themselves with a great deal of patience. There's many other people.
Well,
Arch, you're gonna start disappearing.
The only
you
way
say
to
it as
skip
if
the
it's
line
a
is to
good
give
thing.
me enough money.
Arch, they've given you a lot of money. And also, it's
Yeah.
like, why not get the questions out of the way?
Because it's
Arch.
like $50 at a time. I can't let them skip this queue. Lum.
Archly.
Jesus Christ. Why the fuck did you spend your time doing this, Janovich? Don't you have a video of the Horus Heresy to work on? I'm waiting from 2024, mate.
Look, I'm gonna drag it out.
Also, Arch, the super chats are going up. They are starting to disappear. Start at DinoFan, go down. Read Arch.
Dinofan 219. So, is there any way possible for them to reverse the stupidity, or are they just in downward spiral now? Because they are doing the same nonsense Nintendo, Hasbro, and Disney does. So far, there has not been a single company that has been able to reverse the trend towards retardation. Although, bear you in mind, we are fairly shallow into this current cycle. Disney has begun to try to reverse course a little bit. But it's going to take them another 5 to 10 years to actually get the ship turned around. So, long answer is, we will know in 5 years' time if this can be salvaged and if there still is a company to be salvaged at that point. And bear in mind as well, Games Workshop is even earlier in this setting. Games Workshop is now hitting initial Disney woke levels. They haven't even begun to understand that they need to turn around yet. But you could bring up the example of EA, which did manage to turn it around, but they didn't screw themselves over by being woke. They screwed themselves over by being massive, abusive shitbags, so...
I mean, technically they also got a very big hit because of Veilguard, because many people actually don't know this, but Dragon Age Veilguard, while it was a failure that cost EA $200 million, it also was a big hit on the price of their own stocks, to the point that when the failure was pretty much confirmed by EA, there was a loss of faith from the investors, and the price of the EA stocks plummeted 20% lower than it was before. So pretty much Veilguard, from the burnout that happened after the failure was announced, cost EA $6 billion and $200 million.
Yep. Like, BioWare is now just a company that is a liability, but EA is going to hold on to them for one more game, which will be the next Mass Effect. And if that flops too, BioWare is probably dead.
Good. Let them die. They have run their course, and all the talent that was there before is now gone. So let this skin suit die. I don't care anymore.
Erect the hull. Since the 3D printers are gaining popularity, will selling STL files of models replace model kits as the main business model in the wargaming space? Possibly. Depends on piracy protection. Because at the end of the day, if a company wants to earn money, it does actually need to have sales. If it creates STL models and those STL models cannot be adequately controlled, then you're giving people infinite licenses to print models, and you will not earn any money, and your franchise will die. This is one of the things that is going to kill Trench Crusade, because they are going to be either dependent on just constant Kickstarters like Catalyst is, where everything they make needs a Kickstarter just to stay afloat, or they're just going to have to suck it up and die, because once they've sold one STL, a dude will print 5,000 of them and that'll be it.
Yeah, especially if your STLs are super expensive. Like, nobody's going to drop so much money on just digital files.
Which is actually
like
what
super
happened
cheap.
to Trench Crusade.
It's like the accessibility argument. Like, if it's super cheap, people just going to buy it, don't even going to bother pirating.
It is actually the main argument that was made for Netflix when it was the only streaming service. That it was like people bought it because it was slightly more convenient than open piracy. But now there is so many streaming services around with region locked content that piracy is again on the rising because it is not convenient anymore.
Yep.
Sujad, I remember reading a gaming magazine, I think PC Gamer, article where they asked Nintendo what they thought about mods, etc. And the interviewee said, paraphrasing, "We didn't until you told us about it." And now you can't mod their games. Well, the Japanese are assholes too, that's the thing. Well, we're just gonna have to go through a period of shitty things now, it's fine. Actually, there was, let's see here. There was an amusing little thing. So many people are now cheering on China, of course, as the savior of the games industry. And in certain ways, it might be. But look at their latest, I think this is Emma Frost skin right here.
Yeah.
And you will immediately see one thing that China does just to be, well, lazy. If we zoom in on the boobage, you will see some weird lines here all over the place.
Makes you on the sternum too.
Yeah, like weird lines that don't seem to make any sense. Like, she's not a robot or anything. So where do these things come from? It comes from her actual model skin. Because what they have simply done is they've taken her model skin and repainted the textures on it to make a new skin. That is why these fleshy bits still stand aside from her actual, like, model now.
I mean, for the amount of money this game is making, they could have just done a new skin, but yeah, this is the very cheap way to do it.
Yes, because the Chinese are cheap little bastards, and they will do a lot of stuff like this, and this is the tip of the iceberg. Shit's gonna get so much worse. Oblivion horse armor is nothing compared to what the Chinese are going to pull once they think they have significant enough market share to start pushing the nonsense in. It's gonna be bad.
I mean, in the end, it is a free-to-play game. Free-to-play games always end up like this. Unless you are Ubisoft, even then, single-player paid games end up having battle passes, season passes, and 27 million DLCs. Just look at Assassin's Creed Shadows. Assassin's Creed Shadows has a single-player battle pass for some fucking reason.
Yep. It's just gonna get worse. Abhuman to Scourge. So to sum up, GW's strategy is an exercise in self-defeating cretinism of a kind that can only be explained by severe brain damage, crippling insecurity, or catastrophic inbreeding, or all of the above. Or breathing in a little bit too much lum-lum shoe polish. Yes.
What? God damn.
Eric the Just. Question to Lumi. An explorer in the furthest regions of experience. Demon to some, angel to others. Its desire, not hands that summon you. What are you?
Oh, as soon as I heard demons to some, angels to others. Oh, that's the fucking Xenobites from Hellraiser, right?
I don't know. Do they have feet?
Have you never seen Hellraiser before, Arch?
Nope, it's British or something. I don't care about British
Oh my
things.
fucking god, Arch. My
British
fucking
things
god,
are
Arch.
gay. Mergler, I think GW's endless price hikes and codex churn are starting to hurt the hobby. Oh god, yes. I mean, when I first got into the hobby, there were years and years between major codex updates. Now, they're squeezing these out fucking too fast. I can't even keep up. I gave up on trying to keep up because they keep reworking everything so goddamn often, and it's just because they want to sell shit again. I don't like it. Not a fan. Wolfsbane, the funny thing is that Star Wars Armada is making a little bit of a resurgence with AMG pushing a full new set in more of a Marvel Crisis Protocol guy. I am more of a Marvel Crisis Protocol now. Well, here you go. Hopefully, it will do better. The King of History. Did you guys hear about the Major Kill steroids? I think that was briefly mentioned.
Yeah, I did hear it.
Listen,
It's not good.
the man has struck me from one of the earliest moments as a person completely and utterly devoid of even the most basic principles of a human being, so I'll believe pretty much anything.
Yeah, he pretty much is shilling for a substance that is a gateway to steroids. Because I don't remember if he has admitted using them in that same video. Maybe Janovich has watched it.
Yeah,
But yeah, and did he admit to using them?
yeah, it did.
Okay, so the most vain and arrogant person to ever grace the hobby with its own wrong lore in its own lore videos. That was vain to the extreme, to the point that he had problems because at some point, people wanted him to pose him naked, wanted for him to pose naked for his Patreon and such. The one that is flexing always his muscles on screen and is always showing his fucking face in 40k lore videos and getting wrong the lore and the artworks, now has come out with pretty much using the gateway into steroids. And I don't want to assume, but if he's using those, who knows what else he's using. So he sells porn, he doesn't know the lore, he advocates for retcons that will hurt the hobby, has backstabbed multiple people, and he's now advocating for a gateway to steroids. Like, how much more proof you need that somebody's completely fucking devoid of morals?
Actually, I just feel kind of sorry that he's feels insecure enough to go to steroids and then reduce his lifespan by 20 years at least. It's very unhealthy.
Yeah.
It's just not good.
Well, if the muscles he lost so much are so worth it for him, I mean, I will not feel bad, mainly because I don't have a. Yeah, I don't feel bad, mainly because I don't like him. So I have no reason to feel bad.
Okay.
Meanwhile, here on the Arch channel, we only commission wholesome lore, like this one from RG's game. Look at that.
That is not the accurate look of a Felinid.
This is Ninua from RG. We'll blade devil.
No,
He's
I
adorable.
know.
Look at her.
It's so cute.
That's adorable. And we don't commission anything worse, like chat asking for big cocked Futa Deathclaws or anything. No.
I was about to say you just posted the Dick Girl Deathclaw the other day again.
Again, that was chat. I did not do this.
No, you posted it once for chat. You're like, yes, here's your calendar, girl. Why did you post the Dick Girl Deathclaw again the other day, Arch?
Because it was relevant to what I was talking about.
Oh my god.
We are far more wholesome here. Good, honest, wholesome people. WG 101. AOS is despised lore-wise, and most fans of it are spiteful leftists who just hate right-wingers who like fancy battles. It's DEI Warhammer to the core, including female marines. I hate it so much. I hate it too. Convincing reality, GW legitimately threatened lawsuits to third-party 3D miniature makers when they offer parts that fill the gaps GW have made. Many BA examples, passion for IP is apparently a punishable offense. Of course it is. Because it's a business now. Cardinalis?
Yeah, at least it is a good thing, because they are actually starting to feel threatened by 3D printers, so they have understood that if they go on like this, they don't have a long run in front of them.
Cardinalis says, ugh, these actions poses of GD models, look so awkward and lame too. I'm getting tired of tactically placed rocks and rubble too. Just looks off. The tactical rock is here to stay, and you will like it, or else.
At least it was not another Primaris Lieutenant. Come on. We can at least be happy of that.
Joshua Selvin, Age of Sigmar is an isekai experience for the denizens of the old world. It is, unironically. Zontar, the Armada situation was worse. Fantasy Flight Games was larger than GW for 4 years. It's what triggered them moving this setting forward badly. Stop moving settings forward. And if you're going to do it, do so in well thought out, pre-planned ways. Like, for my setting, we've got like a 20-year fucking plan for the factions we want to do. And each thing comes with a lengthy lore series with it to explain what's happening. Instead of just going, oh, Katie exploded.
Fire is the
Oh,
answer.
shit. Rasmus 0211, what kind of price will your game have for a starter kit, and what can we expect to see inside? Well, we're intending to sell little models of Sargon naked for $10,000 each, hand-painted by Sargon.
I'm sure there is actually a market for that, but I cannot envision the people that will buy something like that.
I have
I mean, did you
people
see those-
currently giving me down payments on a handshake with me costing $10,000. We can sell naked Sargon models for easy. They'll fly off the fucking shelves.
I mean, have you
Okay.
guys seen the Sargon body pillow?
No. The fuck?
Hold it here. Let me take it up. It was sent to me months ago. Give me a second.
I mean, I like Sargon, but if I have to sleep, I don't want to see Sargon if I wake up.
You don't want to cuddle up with Sargon?
No, I think the beard will be a bit of a problem.
Let's see. Copy link. Oh, there we go. There you go.
That's terrible. Keep this to yourself, Lum Lum, you evil thing.
Oh,
Hey,
Jesus.
he posted it on his own Twitter.
Oh, come on.
But we will have
No.
physical models which we will sell for a far more reasonable price than GW. And we are looking into STLs, but it does need to make, sense economically as well. And we will eventually be digitalizing stuff. But we will be selling hand-painted models by Sargon for many thousands of dollars so that you yourself can do questionable things to them.
You can sell it in a kit, you just need to add a jar to it.
Oh, a Sargon jar. Hannison Joe did. Yes, Lum Lum. Abuse Arch right back. Oh, she can't. I'll just bring up the foot grinder again.
No, stop.
We have too much ammunition. And Serana, all hail Lum Lum, for she is the stream mommy. She is, unironically. Why? Weird? Weird? That's a weird name. Can't get my head around it. Theory. Reason why Big E didn't tell kids about chaos is the pact he made with the gods. Each god made a separate deal. Or alternatively, he looked deep in the eyes of Angron. He says he was tweaking his fucking face off and went, I ain't telling this piece of shit about this hypersensitive piece of information. Listen, half of the Primarchs couldn't be trusted regardless. Like, you're gonna tell Fulgrim, oh, hey, Fulgrim, you incredibly vain motherfucker with 72 wives on your home planet, there's a god of excess in the warp and he's real. I wouldn't tell these motherfuckers anything either.
Yeah, like generally, I think it would have driven up their curiosity and ended up corrupting them faster if you had told them. So,
Yep. Primarch's retard. That's the problem.
Yeah, for being superhuman beings, they were very childish in the ways they behaved.
I've started to do this thing that Coconut does as well, where I almost managed to choke myself on my own spittle. It's not a good thing.
It means you're getting old, Art.
My body is betraying me. That's not what it
Stop
means,
getting
because
old.
Coconut started doing this in her 20s. If anything, this is learned behavior.
I mean, Kips did tell me that you pick up on things, and I'm like, oh yeah. Hearing you tell me that, I can see.
The Highlander. Compare a Gundam real grade model kit that high detail designed to snap together without glue and water slide decals for €30. These GW kits look like cheap garage kits. Why? While paying a premium. Yes, absolutely. I mean, the only reason why the Gundam models sell for so cheaply, though, is also because they don't really have a thing behind them. They're just a model kit. Whereas the 40k things, of course, have more of a play reason and universe and everything behind them.
For now, until the lore is ripped apart by idiots that don't know how to create a world by world building. Like, generally, you can even see that there is lack of pre-planning with the timeline of the female Custodes, not only for the retcon of the tweet, but for the fact that the beginner's guide still listed them as an all-male faction. And even if the beginner guide was started before the retcon came into place, the fact that after all these years of prepping with the animation and such, they still didn't mention it to the people writing the beginner's guide to 40k that, yeah, we're putting females into custodians, shows you how badly organized they are. And they also said something, oh yeah, no, we pre-plan in advance of 2 years. You don't pre-plan in advance of a month with how you handle things, Games Workshop.
Also, the year 999.m41 is starting to become the biggest meme. There's like more is happening in that final moment of M41 than has ever happened in the entire like millennium.
Yeah, no, more is happening in 999 M41 than it happened from M36 to M41. It is incredible. Like the only things I can mention from M36 to M41 are not even the Wars for Armageddon, are some Black Crusades, the Macarian Crusade, and the Age of Apostasy. That's it. Then you get in M41, it seems that the entire fucking universe has more events than ever happened in the entirety of 40k lore.
Yeah. Didn't they even like officially move on to M42 at this point?
Yeah, it is M42 now.
Oh, okay.
Weird. Zinch told Big E to stay quiet. Nami Man, possibly. A small Lum on head. What is your wisdom? Also, did you ever look up Majikoi? Now, what is your wisdom, small Lum?
My wisdom, do not pay for OnlyFans girls. You can find that shit for free, or you can go to scalping sites. Don't give these women money. They don't deserve it. Especially since one of them had to have anal reconstruction surgery from an anal prolapse after having 50 dudes fuck them in the ass with Bonnie Blue. Or was that Lily Phillips? I don't remember. They all look the same to me. And also,
that is actual knowledge that I would have lived my life without very happily. Thank you again.
Oh, you're welcome. You teach me a lot of stuff. I teach you curse things.
I don't feel bad anymore that you will learn about the Demonculab.
Lum has already seen a demon club in real life as Lily Phillips takes on 100 men.
I mean, more than a Demonculab, I will describe it as a keeper of secrets, but yeah.
Torn inside out.
Isn't Lily Phillips pregnant? Or was it just a rumor?
Nah,
It
she
was
made
fake.
that up for attention.
Yeah.
Just like with
Gross.
Bonnie Blue, they both faked pregnancies.
Okay.
Krieger, money to spread the suffering to everyone. Let the galaxy burn. JC Denton, been meaning to catch both you and Saga on the same stream, but is the project you guys working on related to Space King? It might be hilarious, if so. No, it is not. It's vastly superior to anything else that has ever been made. And you can catch us on Thursdays. We stream together every fucking week. Well, except for the previous week. And we had Savvy on also, and she behaved herself. Very, very demure, very ladylike. Which makes me think that Lum is the problem all along.
What? I know how to behave, Arch.
I don't know. Savvy alone is a demure young lady who doesn't speak about anything terrifying. Lum and Savvy is, hey, wouldn't it be fun if we could abuse this child and fucking rape it? Like, yes, it's a bigger man here. Yeah.
Again, you got two Fujoshis in the exact same room. That was your mistake.
Yep, I definitely think Lum was the problem.
No. I know how to behave. Shut up.
Idiran, Bricky is to 40k what Matt Mercer and Critical Role was the D&D. Tourist enablers. Ah, that is pretty bad.
I do consider that actually a good statement because I've had an incredible amount of people come into my comments and try to... how can I explain it without sounding like an asshole? Try to contradict me on the lore that I was showing proof inside of the video was the true lore, because they believed more to Major Kill or Brick and such. So, like, there is real damage being made to the lore of 40k on the fandom side by inaccurate and uninterested lore YouTubers, for the simple fact that the stupid stuff they say, people will repeat, for the simple fact that they are famous and have a lot of traction. People will consider that they are right for the simple fact that they have high numbers. When in fact, as I always say in my videos, not even the fucking wikis are right, let alone the people that read them on video.
Pontius,
So,
what did you think of my coverage of Ligma?
that was actually pretty good, but I can't believe you actually left out the Battle of Sagma.
Yeah, the Battle of Sagma was a thing.
I think all lore tubers should just be killed.
What, you two?
Let us return. I'm not a lore tuber, I'm a political tuber.
Arch, have you heard of the Battle of Ligma?
No, and I'm not going to fall for this joke.
Okay.
I'm too
I was
intelligent.
gonna try it on the boomer, but it failed.
Arath, Pontius, my favorite Italian. Your video fixing the lore of the Primaris is one of my favorite 40k videos. It shows what a true fan can do for the setting. Wait, you tried to fix Primaris Marines? I don't know if we can be friends anymore, because I don't think there's a fixing them.
No, I didn't try to fix them because I like them. I fucking despise Primaris Marines. But like the point of the video was, if we really want to keep this very fucking dumb retcon that I cannot stand, at least they could have done it this way to make it at least a bit more lore compliant. And it was very small changes that actually made very big differences. But even like in the most recent video I made, not even the most recent, the last video, the second to last video I made, which was why female space marines can't exist, I actually covered the argument of yeah, but they made the Primaris and such. I simply discarded them with the Primaris are shitty lore. There is no other way around it. They are, because I cannot really stand the Primaris. They are dumb in concept, dumb in execution, dumb in writing. Belisarius Cole is just a plot device on mechanized legs, and there were 27 ways I can say to make things better, and in the end they went for the worst one possible. Like even in the video where I fixed them, I used the old lore of the 12th book of the Horus Heresy, which is Deliverance Lost, to say use the lore of superior space marines, more pure in genetics and such, to fix the Primaris by making them the Primaris. They are just renamed because of the shame of Corvus, and the Robuto didn't want to bring back the memories and the problems of the Raptors project. So it just renames them Primaris because it is a word that is very close to Primarchs, because they're closer to Primarchs in genetics because they're purer. Use the Primus Portium in the way that Corax used it. Pretty much copy his research, like write in that one of his officers actually copied the research before it was tampered with, because there was actually in the books one officer that suspected Alpha Legion infiltration inside the base. So it is not far-fetched to say that he went and actually copied the research because he didn't want the Alpha Legion either to destroy it or to temper it, and use that to pretty much to have the Primus Portium, the research of the Raptors, and the battle data from the trial run of the Raptors against the War Bearers, give them to Belisarius Cole, use the story as normal, arrive in the 41st millennium and have Belisarius Cole just say, yes, I actually managed to recreate the researching part, I made purer marines that can fix some things and can be used in the same way, but I am not a Primarch, I'm not the Emperor of Mankind, I cannot fucking add organs, I actually only followed an already completed research with technology I barely comprehend, so this is the result, like it or not. And this would have connected the Emperor, the Primarchs, a lot more to the Primaris, would have fixed the involvement of Belisarius that still would be involved, but would be a lot less fucking a plot device. And in all of this, just to use lore that already existed to slingshot the Primaris into the 41st millennium with a more lore-compliant way of being created, not in the stupid way they did it in reality.
I'm getting so sleep deprived. I'm literally hearing peepity papity poopity pasta. But,
yeah, it happens when I get more and more passionate because the accent starts coming out a lot more. In fact, for the videos, it's a problem. I end up recording for 4 hours for a video of 1, so...
Yeah.
Actually,
just filled up 50,
I have an
50%
idea
of the
now.
whole episode with that rage.
What's your idea, Arch?
I need everyone to be very quiet for a few seconds so that I can get a good clip out of what I'm going to ask Pontius to say.
Okay.
Pontius, please, in your heaviest accent, say, "Me ne frego."
Me ne frego.
There you go.
Actually, without the accent, it's just me ne frego. It's not something so advanced.
Without the accent, then just.
I was hoping for something more impactful. You know, there's a certain statesman in your. There's a certain statesmen in your country's past that use that phrase a lot.
Yeah, because it means I don't care. So.
God, I wish I could rehabilitate that phrase. It's too damaged, but I wish I could. It's perfect for the modern day.
No, yeah, but the problem with heavy accents is that usually the heaviest of accents when speaking Italian is actually from Italian Americans. So gabagool, mamma mia, pizzeria, and you get a lot of stereotypes. But real Italians really don't have that kind of accent when speaking Italian. You get a lot of accent when you're speaking in dialect. Like there is very much. Very much heavy accent when it comes to dialects. Like let's just take like the Sicilian dialect that I know for various people I know, where me ne frego becomes me ne fotto una minchia, and you can understand that things can get pretty complicated.
Makes me think of those parents from the Lego Island game called Mama Papa Piccolini, I think.
Mama Papa, yeah, the small mom and dad.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, when in doubt, when you are able to, just get somebody to do captions on your video, so then you can just get super passionate and someone can attempt to translate.
Actually, there is subtitles in all of my videos done by hand by my co-host Pio. So in English, at least, there is only one that it has them in Italian, and it's the one about Space Marines, because that one is an introductory video. So I asked him to actually make even the Italian subtitles. But yeah, every single video of mine actually has the subtitles in it that are made by hand. They are more or less precise.
Yeah. I did watch that video. It's very good. Pio love.
Pio. Why is everyone a fucking fan of Pio? Like even Janovich, even watch one of the creators of the unification mod that is actually a friend of mine, Kekoulis, because I'm actually in the team of the unification mod for Dawn of War. Technically as a lore consultant, but they never ask me shit, so I don't know at this point. But and he was like, "Oh yeah, I like your channel. I'm a fan actually." And I was like, "Yeah, of Pio, you motherfucker." it is always like this. Yes, I'm a fan of Pio. You motherfuckers. I'm actually the one writing Pio. You should be a fan of me. I write Pio.
Yeah, Rat's right. Pio's friend-shaped.
Yeah, and he's actually a country invader. He spends his time doing war crimes. If you watch the videos, he mentions several of them. And he's actually wanted by the ICC, the court for war crimes, and he's currently wanted by the Italian IRS because he actually doesn't pay taxes. So.
Oh, love it.
Sir Florida Man. Arch, you would nosedive into Asmongold's room for $2.50. Don't be greedy. Depends.
I mean, Aspen's room is cleaned up compared to what it used to be. That's for sure.
Zero Hero 1458. Another GW strike. Just when I'm started posting my 40k art on YouTube. There goes my luck again.
Yep.
Doomed endeavors.
Yeah.
At this point, even if you're parody or unmonetized, Games Workshop's gonna come after you.
Yeah, they can do that only by sheer power of the amount of money and influence they have, because if they find somebody that is actually rich and can actually pay for a legal battle of that level, they will be fucked very badly from it.
Someone just pinged me in the chat is asking what happened earlier today because he saw a ping on my Discord. Somebody accused me of that I was actually the one who harassed Sodas into quitting Warhammer animation, which is just straight up false. I don't know why he would say that. But
I love the stuff of Sodas. Shame.
Yeah.
I like those Fallout stuff too. Like his Battle of Ilios 1 is actually pretty good.
But when I made those videos, started to get like these weird comments like, "Oh, you're the guy who assaulted Sodas." I'm like, where the fuck's this rumor coming from? But it's just some dude on Reddit who apparently posted that underneath a post, and they got like 600 upvotes, and now people think that. Freaking annoying. I'm literally the guy who was like, I know he cannot say anything because he signed the NDA, so I have to like stand up for him, explain what is actually going on. So that I'm now being framed as the guy who assaulted Sodas. Very weird.
Lord Draconic, hello Arch, Lumi, and crew. First time catching one of these, hoping everyone is having a wonderful day. Well, it sounds like GW does something stupid. Entirely normal.
Sounds like Games Workshop does something stupid. That's a Monday. That's what we call Monday by this point.
Just another day in life. Average Estonian question to question opinion on film stories, heresy spread by enemies of the Imperium, or so-called forgotten history by GW. Here, take my shekels, Arch. Question to quests. To quests opinion. To quests. You people cannot spell. This is a problem. The education system is failing many of you, and I dread to think what my Superchats are going to look like in 10 years' time. The fem stories were just... It was literally added in all due likelihood in by Games Workshop to demonstrate to Amazon that if they keep insisting for female Space Marines, they will burn the entire franchise to the fucking ground. That is the reason why they haven't gotten models. That is why the reason they haven't gotten any support. Because this was literally just to show Amazon, like, no. You don't understand. People will riot.
They did get an animation though, which basically proved defense points.
No. Actually, I would like to interject on that because I actually showed the animation to one of my teachers of 3D modeling. I will not name him because this might actually put him in trouble because he works very deeply in this kind of sector. But his comment was pretty much, yeah, this is not female anatomy in any fucking way possible. It was like, this looks like if they took a male body and head and then stuck a female face on it. Like, this thing doesn't work in any way possible that I'm looking at it. And he pretty much commented, it seems like a botched job made at the last second to change a male protagonist into a female one just by changing the face and very little else.
That kind of makes sense. But even if you just analyze the episode at face value, you have the female Custodes and the Sister of Silence. And the Sister of Silence just completely steals the show. She's very, like, kind of adorable. She's very capable. He's like instant fan favorite. And then you compare her to the Femstodes. She's like a bitch to everybody. She's lying about the fate of the planet, like straight to their face. Extremely unlikable.
Yeah, she was the usual girl boss made with the most part of toxic masculinity you can find. Well, the general toxicity, because toxic masculinity is not really a thing. But pretty much, they made her behave like an asshole man just to prove she was
remember
superior.
the conversation between the Space Marine and her, like the details, but it was basically like, you have to do what I say because I'm femme studies.
Yeah,
And then he's like has to swallow his pride.
Yeah, but generally,
Yeah.
like I believe the theory of my teacher about the fact that this was a male model and then they just added a female face on it. For the simple
I'll
fact
look into
that
it. It sounds like plausible.
Yeah, for the simple fact that the fucking female custodian looks like the daughter of Brock Lesnar. Now, no shade on Brock Lesnar or his daughter, but his daughter his daughter pretty much got ravaged by the genes of her father. She looks like her father with a wig. That girl is very unlucky, genetically wise. She will be very strong in wrestling or whatever, because she's built like a fucking truck. So I think she could probably even take me. And technically, I fight on the ring because I'm a boxer. But generally, that is not what a woman really should look like. And the fact they took the lore of the custodians that are pretty much supposed to be perfect in every single way and are always described pretty much as god of beauty, strength and such, to the point that even when you look at the artworks they appear in, especially in the height comparison you find around that are official of Games Workshop, you see that they are a lot more proportionate than Marines. They aren't bulky, they are lean and sculpted because they are more elegant fighters. They don't go for pure raw strength and muscles. Probably they are so superior that they have like denser muscle tissue to the point that they're stronger without needing more muscles than a normal person. But if they are so proportionate as men and women when they become custodians, it means that a female custodians should at least look like an Amazon warrior, an extremely lean and very extremely muscular one, but to the point of still being feminine. Take an Amazon,
but then
like
you
from...
literally just get Sisters of Silence in appearance.
Yeah, but it is why I consider the female custodians a very fucking travesty, because now they've taken even more attention away from the Sisters of Silence. The Sisters of Silence don't even get their own fucking stories at this point. They don't even get their own squads. They are next in the model side with the custodians. So they made a retcon, made it in the shittiest way possible, and even with the retcon, they couldn't obey the lore that says that a female custodian would at least be attractive. It is incredible in how many ways Games Workshop can fuck up in a single action.
Well, yeah, they proved Amazon wrong, I guess. Good job for them.
Yeah.
Very good job. JD Sigmund drawing my... Can't say that on YouTube. Purse again for the catapult. Lum's choice for a fun to put a salve on her suffering.
Put it towards Olumi joining Arch for Pokemusu Smash Your Pass stream.
That's right. Nobody wants that. It's nobody donates.
No,
that.
we need to remind the people because you don't advertise it, Arch.
The chat simply has decided that they're not interested in hearing Lum's thoughts on Pokemon. They want Arch's thoughts because he has better tastes.
Arch, you are a baby when it comes to like, but I don't like that. Pass.
Okay, though. Now I must ask. Gardevoir or Lopunny?
Lopunny is not for sexual intercourse. Nor is Gardevoir.
Yeah, but like my question was mostly that there is no laws against Pokemons. Which one you choose?
Both at the same time.
Oh my god!
And that's why you're a deviant.
It's like on my Gen 1 Pokemusu Smash or Pass stream. Somebody was keeping count on how many I said Smash to, but I said Pass to like I think 7 of them. Because
you're a filthy, dirty degenerate. And your opinions should not be taken seriously.
And also, I'm not a baby like you, Arch, and cut up my streams into multiple parts. 7 hours, all 151 of them.
Yeah.
You don't have to cut up the streams.
That was very dumb of you. Now I'll have you do all of the reading, and I'll just sit there. It's like, no, I don't want to have sex with this one either. It's an animal.
I just did a 12-hour stream yesterday, Arch. 7 hours ain't shit.
Frog Jupiter, Lightbringer, Review Fund. That one too is not doing too well. See, chat doesn't want these things, because chat doesn't want Arch to be in pain. My chat is quite kind, unlike Coconut's chat, who wants him to be in pain. Harrison showed it. I can't degrade a woman, Arch. Now for the Lum Lum Foot song. Also, Arch. Well, I'm saying I can't degrade them to the point where they want to be degraded. Like, treating another human being as a subservient animal is just difficult for me. I've had a hard time with it. I'll try to adopt. Elsa Serrano, Lum Lum and Mooseman needs to buy a breeding shack for Lum Lums first before more kids. That's true. They need shelter for their winds and the elements.
Yes.
Dryfee, yes, ask Arch about the women in his life. Good God, man, do you know how much this man freely volunteers about his fetishes and sex life? I know about more about his self-life than my friends in the Navy.
You ignorant soul.
I haven't even begun. We have not even begun to fight. Mind a shame, new Hellnose patch is borked. It crashes on my PC, which exceeds recommended specs, but works on laptop with less than minimum specs. Driver issue probably then, I guess. Frog Jupiter, you will eat the curry. You will review the Lightbringer. You will own a Sonichu medallion. You will be paid to do so. You will be happy. No, Lum Lum will have a Sonichu medallion, though.
No. Fuck no.
Listen, she says that. Give her like $500. She'll get a Sonichu medallion.
No, never. There's no amount of money that would have me buy a Sonichu medallion. That thing is literally cursed. That is probably like the only real cursed item out there because it has preyed on the downfall of multiple people, and it's horrifying to see.
Dino Dan 219. Her name is Froggy PhD.
Oh, that was the VTuber that Pontius was talking about.
Yeah, I don't remember it could be, but I do not know. But I am pretty sure I ended up calling her like in live stream. I will not repeat it because I don't know how it is treated on YouTube and such. But the R word, I heard Arch say it more times in this stream, but again, I don't know how it works for guests. But generally, their approach to the lore was the dumbest way possible, because generally, if a book has how to explain it? The only moment you have an unreliable narrator in a book is when the narrator of the book is a character inside the story, like it happened in Spear of the Emperor, or to have an example inside the Caiaphas Cain books that are actually being reviewed by his girlfriend that is an inquisitor, and they are admittedly being embellished. But when the narrator is omniscient and is actually explaining things as they happen, you're pretty much watching the story unfold as it happened in first person. It is not something you can go for unreliable narrator on. And I remember her point was at one point like, yes, but when I'm reading a book on the side of the Imperium, the good guys are obviously the Imperium. But when I'm reading a book on the side of, for example, the Space Marines of Nargol, the good guys are the Space Marines of Nargol. And I really had to explain to her that the simple fact that you're watching the perspective of the bad people doing bad things that they consider good is not actually a justification for the fact that they are good. The simple fact you are seeing the perspective of Space Marine zombies that spread around plagues and they see it as a gift doesn't make them the good guys. So it cannot be on that level of unreliable narrator. It is you that suck at interpreting how things are going. And like her entire arguments were like this: every book cannot be trusted, every book has an unreliable narrator, female space marines can exist, lore can be changed in every single way possible, it is made up, why should you care? I lost it when she pretty much just laughed when I asked her, please admonish your chat a bit because people there are insulting me openly. I'm not bringing here my people because I didn't even tag my people for the live stream because I could have, but if I tag my people, they would have inundated the chat with insults on both of them, and I didn't want that to happen. So I pretty much asked, please show the minimum level of respect, admonish your chat and tell them at least to not insult me so openly. And when she laughed about it, I completely lost it. I destroyed their entire argument and pretty much called them a retard, as she was.
What's retard in Italian?
Retardato.
That sounds like something that you could hear in 40k.
Yeah.
I was about to say that sounds like a
Adaptus
concept.
retardado.
Yeah, but generally it was how things went. I'm actually pretty sad for how it went with Taga Tiger, which was the live streamer I actually streamed weekly with for pretty much teaching 40k lore. But yeah, if you bring me an idiot on stream and she starts contradicting everything that is important for world building in front of me to the point that she says there is no canon, you are in for trouble with me, because if there is one thing I have pretty strong opinions towards is the canon of 40k, as my videos show more than once. And yeah, it spells trouble if you actually come to me with those opinions, because you either will accept to be wrong or you will be insulted because you're wrong. There is no other way around.
Oh, but Pontius, didn't you know canon is important unless someone thinks, oh, but I don't like that canon, so I'm going to make my own.
Yeah.
It's not even that they don't like the canon, it's that they think their political opinions are more important than the canon.
Yeah, it is why I'm pretty much openly against the idea that every single world is completely retconable in every way possible. You cannot have good writing and a world full of retcons. So they are literally oxymorons. You either have one or the other. Look at D&D. Look how it ended.
Pontius,
Yep.
people are asking to keep your rants a little bit shorter, because the super chats are disappearing and Arch is very slow.
Sorry.
Look, Lum
Okay,
Lum.
where were we?
Citizenship.
What?
Uzen Karls pays to skip the line. We shall reward him and pet his head.
Okay.
Reward him, Lum Lum. Call him your
I don't-
PogChamp or something. I don't know. Something.
Heresy's the question. Fire
What
is
the fuck?
answer.
That's fucking cringe.
Lum Lum. We must encourage this kind of donation.
You know what? Fuck it. It's going to sound a little mean, though. What am I going to say? Okay. Oh, aren't you Arch's little pay pig? Oh, look at you. There you go.
Jesus.
I condemn this entirely. I do not endorse or stand sides by this. I condemn Lum Lum. She does not represent
next
me.
time
She
give
does
me a
not
line to
represent my
say.
opinions. I
Lum Lum.
did.
Arch needs all the super chats because he's going to pay me a shitload of money to make a cinematic for his new universe, an IP.
Nice.
This is my
I'm
reaction
going
to
to rip
Lum
his
Lum's actions.
ribs out.
Well, Arch, how about you
He needs
tell
all the
me
money.
something to say? Also,
Also-
why are you bringing up the Zootopia abortion comic?
Because
I'd forgotten about this one.
Apparently, like in the Zootopia 2 preview image, I guess, they gave Nick the exact same shirt that he had in the Zootopia abortion comic.
well, there you go.
Jesus.
I'm going to say, this fits my reaction to Lum Lum's heinous insults of otherwise upstanding members of the audience. Uzen Karls 11 says, Art and Lumi, Pokemon who smash or pass. No clue what the goal is set for, but there you go. Had to remember to turn off my VPN because I had it set for Sweden and was seeing that currency. Well, let's see. It's not high.
Don't you only have it at like $250 for
Yes.
the goal?
It's like $42 away from being completed now due to that. So thank you very much, Uzen Kaz. I don't know why you did
Yay.
such a favor for a person that then immediately called you a pay pig, but it is not
I love
my,
you. Thank you
my
for the
rub to
monies. I can't wait to traumatize Arch on the stream. It's gonna be great.
I'm still $40 away. Chat may still decide to deny you. Deny the furry, chat. Deny. Krieger, money for the cursed Lumi pony. Embrace the narrative, Lumi. It's too late. Scorn. It is too late.
I'll never embrace it. I'm not gonna be Rosa.
That's right. The one we're raising money for now, the next Lumi cast, is the Lumi Feet stream with Rosa. We're halfway there.
Yep.
It'll just be there. They'll be on here. They'll have feet cams on.
No,
we'll be talking
I'm
about
not showing
pedicures.
my feet. I am not showing my feet before 100k subscribers, you little fuck.
I have 100k subscribers.
That's nice. That's not me.
Yeah, but before 100k, you said. Well, I have 100k. We're doing it on this channel. It's 100k.
No, Arch. Unless you're going to transfer ownership of this channel to me, it doesn't count, Arch.
Sounds reasonable. I think you should take it, Arch.
Das Rat says, I'd let Arch bully me for clout. TT, what? I don't speak child emotes. I can't. If I could, you should suspect me of pedophilia.
That's a crying face.
Okay,
That's a crying face.
Should accuse Lum of pedophilia, I guess. Listen,
Oh my
don't
fucking
communicate
God.
with children. Don't. Just view them as inhospitable little entities that should be avoided at great personal cost.
I'm going to physically harm you, Arch. Now keep
She's
breathing.
literally a mother. How's he gonna do that?
Yano can confirm he's a great guy. First learned of him from his first ArchCast appearance. Hope you guys call out more in the future. Trench foot for Lum.
No!
That is true. Janovich hasn't outwardly obviously betrayed me yet, so not too
You
bad.
should check my Discord server. No, joking.
Alexanderson, now add Nelup to your collection of friends. We'll see. I think that was what Lummy was going to drag me to watch tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that video where I'm like, hey, you need I want you to talk about this. I'm not gonna watch it without you. Because he's talking about you. So may as well have it on stream.
We'll have a whole genre of this now. There we go. That fits well.
You gotta make it smaller. All you can see is Archcat and Lumi thighs.
It's small. You're going to see it. Silly Lum. Dreyfy, Lumi, it's not my fetish, but you have to admit it's a well-produced still. Said it before, but Jesus, women, you really must know this art. Will eventually end up on sites if it hasn't already. Latinx represents, I guess. Yes.
God damn it.
There's probably more people who know Lumi as a piece of foot hentai than as a co-host on this chat.
Every single chat I go into, whether I know the streamer or not, I say hello, and I see somebody that I know that I see in this channel saying, oh, footfish. I'm like, God fucking damn it.
And they don't
At
have
least it's an
$10.
achievement. It's a reputation.
Footfish. Dino fan, Danny, the name of that VTube you arguing with is called Froggy PhD.
Good for her, it won't make her IQ higher than the chair it is already level on.
Lucifer the Doberman. I miss Emperor's text-to-speech device so much. It is a tragedy. Defeated by their own moral cowardice. Alex Anderson, Magekill made a video where defended Arch while shitting on him the whole time. Also super arrogant. Had to beg for subs to beat Arch, even though Arch has only asked people to sub once. Post hack. I remember that. Because I was in a completely different stream, utterly oblivious. When somebody came in and was like, Magekill has more subs than you now. Are you angry? I was like, yes. To Magekill, this is the most important day in his life. To me, it is Tuesday. Because it was Tuesday. It was perfect.
Magekill's life was ruined when Westhammer took him over. Within less than a year.
Westhammer? I don't fucking know any of these people. God. Don't tell me about any of them either. I don't want
He's
to know.
a dude from TikTok who just transferred his TikTok account into YouTube and then just became the biggest YouTuber apart from Luton.
Okay,
Well, at least he's now trying to be a bit more lore accurate, but before he was completely fucking lore inaccurate all the time.
in that case, I like him less than Magekill, because I really don't like TikTok.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Skullthrone 888. Danny, I broke my spaghetti. Help me.
Oh no, I broke my spaghetti.
My spaghetti.
We need to go to the pizzeria now. We cannot eat anymore. No gabagool for you tomorrow.
Phoenix DS, a face only Mama Slanesh could love. Wrath. Also, Bricky only does 40k content because his video Every 40k Faction Explained Part 1 and 2 was blessed by the algorithm and exploded. Well, at the end of the day, every channel only exists to a certain size because at one point the algorithm was like, I choose you. Same for it happened for my channel too, where I used to have... See, back in the day, YouTube was way easier to go viral on than it is today. A lot easier. It still happens, but it's rare. Very rare. And the
Mhm.
longer you're on YouTube and the more fun little flags you get placed on your channel, more complicated it gets. God damn it, Lum. I've been ignoring Streamlabs and stuff because of you.
Oh, what?
Porkelda on
How?
Rumble. Lumi, what caliber does the Swiss Luger fire?
Oh no, not you again.
Is there a difference between the Swiss one and the German one?
Apparently.
I don't know. What is that? Is that a gun?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Lumi. What the fuck?
Just to
It's a-
answer in chat,
it's a
Vril. Okay, Vril. Actually, there is already a Pontius ASMR. It's called My Bad Up War series. It's 6 hours long. Have fun.
I don't know. Are you kidding? I don't know these words. This is the reason why this person likes asking me about, weapons and tanks and aircrafts and ships. Because I don't know shit.
He's trying to educate you.
Yeah, he's trying to help.
Yes, and then I swiftly forget.
Don't you spend like your whole day like Arch doing nerd shit?
I yap and I play video games mostly. I just play video games better than Arch because you're bad at video games, Arch.
We'll see.
But you mean like Sims or something?
Now stop
I
avoiding
will-
the
I will-
question. What does it fire?
I will steal the answer from the Traveler. 20 millimeter,
No.
motherfucker.
It's not a 20 millimeter Luger.
Yes.
20 mm.
It's almost like a bolter.
Or,
No,
se- or s-
20 millimeters is literally a bolt round shot through a person.
Okay.
So
Answer approved.
Like
Next.
this.
motherfucker.
This reminds me of my 357 millimeter handgun.
For self-protection.
Literally, this is Lum's answer.
Okay. No, wait a second. Now I have to ask Lum. What's the name of the weapon that is actually in the photo?
I don't know.
It's Thomas the Train Engine.
Heresy's the question.
Is the only weapon ever mounted on trucks? What is the name?
Oh, no,
It's
no,
not
no.
true,
There's
though.
been many weapons mounted on trucks, you fucking noob. What's wrong with you? Stop.
This,
Yeah,
is,
but
the,
it- yeah,
this is the 2.0. Like,
Yeah, but it is the only weapon that can only be brought and fired from train tracks. It was too big to bring it in any other way in World War II.
They can just put it on a boat, but it is the largest combat artillery piece on land, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Here is the answer.
the one in World War One actually fired further than this one because the caliber was lower. So in World War One, it was the first railway gun that fired into orbit, and this one had less range, but the caliber was way bigger.
Yeah, because it had a bigger caliber.
Yeah.
But yeah, and anyway, that's the Gustav, the cannon
Gustav.
of Hitler.
Well, we don't know if
And-
it's the Gustav.
I mean, seeing the attires of the people in the photo, I will say that I'm pretty sure of it.
But it could be the door.
Did they make multiple of these things actually?
They did. They did.
Oh, okay, nice. One on the eastern
Um,
front, one on the western front. Let's go.
There was the
we
the
can't
Dora
lose. We
was
have
the
the
second one
Wunderwaffe.
produced. Schwer Gustav and the Dora.
Only thing that I know that is called Dora is Dora the Explorer. But then,
Trying to make a
Lum
word
Lum.
joke, but
Your
Like
357
Dora, don't
millimeter
live Aurora.
handgun aside,
Shut up.
what is the caliber of the Luger? It's not a 20 millimeter handgun. Lily wanders into the store, goes to the clerk. Sir, may I have some ammunition for my 20 millimeter handgun, sir? Maybe you could ask for some ammo for your fucking gun chakus while you're at it.
What the Fucking fine. I'll take another answer from the chat. 7.65.
Correct. 7.65 x 21 millimeters. To be specific.
X21.
Chat should ask Lum to define handguns more often. Abhuman the Scourge. Pontius, what you felt watching Major Kill's Badab War video is what I feel every time someone makes a video on the Black Dragons using the fan wiki as the only source. I'm glaring directly at you, Arch. Listen, I did them and a bunch of other guys too.
No, that is the reason I generally read the wikis a bit, but mainly I go to the sources and just look into them to see effectively what they say. It is why my Lexicanum Light counter from the Bad War went from 6 to the final episode to 60. So that was pretty fun. A good 15 minutes of insulting a wiki.
Did the Black Dragons ever get any books? I'm pretty sure when I did them, they had not gotten anything. We'd only had the information from the Cursed Founding back in like... Oh, fuck, I don't even know what edition. That is some old lore.
Yeah, it depends always from the times. Like when you did the video on the Black Dragons.
A very long time ago.
Then yeah, it is possible they didn't have any lore at that point. It is very funny when the new lore is discovered and people come, no, actually it's like this, mate, look at this video. You came into a years old video just to tell me I am wrong based on new information that came out recently. Just shut up.
Can I sell your seat?
Gaming Sentinel, not gonna lie, I wonder if all this GW drama is a reflection on the wider corruption going on in the UK. Also, give my money to the Bone Cohort. Hard to find format. Bone Cohort? Is that a new thing? Is that a new thing? It might be a new thing. Jump Froggable. Hello, Arch. Are the Primarchs born with a black carapace organ, or did the Emperor have to skin his sons alive when he found them? They are not born with it, I'm pretty sure. How would the black carapace work on the Primarchs? I'd assume they'd just be given enhancements.
I don't think they have a black carapace per se.
No.
I think they use the same technology of the Custodians, so pretty much nano-adherent armor that connects directly with their bodies, but they don't need a black carapace per se. In fact, like the Custodians shouldn't have one either, but yeah, don't tell that to the artists.
It looks cool though, if you take the armor off. That's probably why.
Yeah.
20 for Lumi on the Pokemon Smasher Pass. We are still still $20 short. Chat may still save Arch from the furry. Wrath, put this plus my previous 2 to Fire Emblem 8. I shall do. Lucifer the Doan, you should invite Kya on stream. Yeah, Lum's job.
Who?
Kya.
Who's that?
A person I'm not going to get in touch with.
Well, how am I supposed to reach out if I don't know who the fuck they are?
Oh, kind of hope you just won't.
Okay. If you don't want me to, then I won't.
It's a bad person, Lum. It's a
Okay.
tourist. A bigger tourist than you. Dreyfie, touch grass. Nah, sometimes I just listen to his videos at the gym. Yes, that is good.
I've listened to so many Arch videos while being in the gym.
Convincing reality. Karl Kapinski recently suffered a major stroke affecting his left side. Leaving him currently unable to work, he's been privately getting treated for over 6 years for myeloma, also enduring 2 minor strokes and a heart attack. That is
Yeah,
a
yes,
lucky
it's
guy.
very rough. His crowdfunding is going very well though.
That's good.
Like making it way past target.
I'm very actually happy of it because he seems like a very talented guy that was just dealt a hand of
He's
bad
the
luck.
most talented guy, I would say. Like literally. I don't know any games like Warhammer artists that can make better paintings. Unironically.
Skull Throne 888. Fortuna's favorite Italian World War II tank is a white flag. What's the name of the little tankette, the little dumb one with like just the 2 machine guns? The tiny one?
Let me check, because unfortunately I am more of an expert on the Roman Empire than on World War II stuff. Okay, the M14. The M1440.
M14?
Yeah, M1440.
It's chat saying the L3.
Yeah, it's not the M14. You lied to me.
What's wrong with this tank?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
L335. That's the one. It's adorable.
Oh, what the? It had the wrong name on it.
Look at that.
Yeah, in... No, I know this one. Yeah, now that I opened the link, now showing the true name. Yeah, in Italian it was called the Carro Veloce 33, which means the fast tank 33. Yeah,
So do you
that's a
just
good
put
joke.
like a machine gun through the barrel thingy?
Yeah, no, they got 2 machine guns. So
yeah.
there, 1, 2.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I see.
yes.
Third's actually pretty nice design.
The Ethiopians were actually able to disable these by sticking spears into their dumb little wheels.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the only good thing these tanks ever really had was that they were so short, like on high side, that if they got close to a tank, they were unable to be hit by its main gun. So
They kind of look like a World War I era tank.
yeah,
That's because it kind of was.
Yeah, the main problem with Italy in World War II was that we never got an upgrade on weaponry and such. So we were pretty much trying to fight World War II with weapons directly from World War I. That was fun.
And it starred in the best anime ever, Girls in Panzer.
I should really watch that, actually.
I thought I would be incredibly upset at how wrong they got stuff, but no, I'm instead rolling on the floor laughing and loving every piece of it, because they do actually show everything the way it was, and then they just make fun of it. It's like nerd humor of that specific subject. It's great.
What's it called? Girls in Panzer.
Yep, Girls in
Girls on
Panzer.
Panzer.
It's a brilliant little anime. The Italians bring a restaurant with them wherever they go have a match. They cook pasta.
I mean, if Warsaw were a cook-off, we will still have the Holy Roman Empire. Everybody else cooking fucking sucks compared to ours.
Heresy is the question.
Prison Warrior.
What are you
one.
waiting for?
Greetings, Arch, Lumi, the Fish, and guest Janovich. Arch, you need to do better at announcing your guest. I was considering doing something else tonight before I read who the guest was in stream description. Also, how much Streamlab donation for small Lum? Well, I don't need to do a better job, because you saw it. There you go. It's in the description and stuff. Where else am I going to announce it?
You ignorant slut.
Yeah, you ignorant slut. Thank you, Lum. Marksman
You're welcome.
7170. Hell, there was a bot posting now. There's a demon posting. Just watch Netflix Devil May Cry, where the demon's refugee who didn't do nothing, escaping hell because the environment is inhospitable. That's the point of hell. It is. It is the point of hell. They should stay there.
Yeah, they are genuinely trying to turn the anime into an analogy on the war on terror. And it is really backfiring badly because people are obviously literally, do you realize that they are demons from hell? They cannot be good people by design. But yeah, Adi Shankar really sucks at his job, as he has already shown with the second series of Castlevania.
This is largely correct. Adam and Lute did nothing wrong. They should genocide the demons. Skiki, GW strikes stuff to steal ideas, I bet. Roll them R's, perkele. Hello, Swede, Taco Fish, and guest stars.
Hello.
Lum, YouTube
Also-
reloaded, but the Superchats haven't disappeared.
Oh, good. And also, I always like to think that whenever any company copyrights something and it gets taken down, it is officially canon, just like with Meat Canyon's video, Rabbit Season. Was it called Rabbit Season? I
Yeah.
forget. But where it is
I read
now
about it.
canon that Bugs Bunny is a recovering rapist.
Yeah, that's the irony when you copyright strike parody.
Yep.
Phoenix DS says CBT, short for combat. Short for cock and ball torture. That's what it is, and that's what it always is. Ah, perfect. Lego Yoda.
Crush my cock with a rock I must. Maximum pain I must endure. Okay, here we go.
That one's still good after all these years.
Arch, at this rate, the super chats are coming in faster than you can handle them. We're going to
know.
be here like all night long.
I know, it's one of the many problems that I have.
That's a shame, yes.
Mercedes 21, unless text to speech used give, send, go to crowdfund fund. GW would have attacked the funding of text to speech lawyers if they could crowdfund. Possibly, but there's plenty of people who have crowdfunded defenses. And Mercedes 1, GoFundMe would stop any funding from a GW phone call. They have and they haven't. Like, they allowed Sargon to fucking crowdfund, so...
Oh, you mean against, what's the name of her?
Aquila, obviously.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that was stupid.
I want to point out that Sargon is one of very few white men in this current day of ours that has a black woman working for him legally and sending him money.
Based.
Mm-hmm. Ismail Thompson, printer go burr. You only need official models for official tournaments, and at that point, that's on you. Dreyfus, so GW discovered plastic crack. They did, and they have. Prison Warrior, show the others the Lumi grinder. I did, before you even asked me. Also, should I have a DDD next year's calendar? In this case, a DDD is a double dick Deathclaw. Yes, if you can fund it, you can have a double dick Deathclaw. Like,
Jesus Christ.
We can have her playing harp with her cocks. Anything is possible.
When are you going to start the crowdfunding for that? June? August?
July, probably?
July? Yeah, okay.
So I looked into making a physical calendar as well, and that is not going to happen. I contacted basically a lawyer. It's like, okay, could I get away with this? And he's like, nah. Okay, very well.
I mean, fair.
So I basically, making the fan art and like posting it for people is okay, because technically you're just bidding for things that I am then going to commission as fan art. But actually making a product and then selling it, that was no good. No good.
Well, then I guess you're going to have to go for like either public domain characters for that, or have a specific, okay, you guys want a physical calendar, you're going to have to suggest characters that aren't protected by copyright.
Look, Lum, I had this one made, for example. It has toes, just for you.
Goddamn.
Mark99, if you ever feel dumb, remember that GM destroyed a ton of free marketing. Also, Lum, why are your D&D models barefoot? Yeah, why?
I smell your feet. Huh?
Why are your models barefoot?
My models? Like my VTuber models, they're not.
I don't know.
They just have open toe shoes.
Oh, open toes. JD's new goal standard. Reminder that Arch chatted best girl Jens Hart. Chat did that. I am innocent. Bob body name. England can no longer make steel. It's from China. That's true. No one, but tariffs only work if the American producers are not choking in regulation. Is the US doing that part? Well, we will see. Lone Star Medic, just for the goal and the cringe. Arch, will Trench Crusade un-F themselves from this stupidity? No. I don't think so. They're ideologically captured. They will not back down.
No, I don't think so either.
They will crush their cocks. With a rock, they must.
Aren't they like super active on Blue Sky more than Twitter?
Yeah, they stopped posting on Twitter. They're just on Blue Sky now.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, they're completely lost.
Did you see the leaked picture of their PowerPoint presentation?
Yes,
no.
And I fucking hope somebody can get the rest of that somewhere.
That would be juicy.
It looked pretty good.
Right. But yeah, since they are solely on Blue Sky, there's no rescuing them. They have dug their grave. They are lying in it. And we will just be there to pick up the rotten corpse pieces and see if we can salvage them for our own gain.
Lulu821, Arton Sargon, sitting under a tree, Kissiing. Terrible. Prison Warrior 1, Janovich, keep up the good work you do, especially with the animated lore series. Been following you since episode 3 or 4 of the Rex series, and keep letting the community what GW does to screw the community, since most creators don't seem to speak up.
Yep, will do.
Krieger.
Got another video in the pipeline.
Money for the pony art, and tears from Arch. Scorn. We have pony art. Keith Lanes, money for no dev. Thank you. That guy, Gus. Jan, good to see you out of the trench. Thoughts on the Mordian Garden Sevilla Chem Dogs? Any love for them? Also Curry.
My apologies for being a noob. That's my answer.
Bob Boring name, Dev Best Pinata. Dryfee, oh wait, does that mean you want to eat candy out of Dev? Because that's a bit... Dryfee, one thing, politics aside, YouTube ads are getting fucking ridiculous. I get what feels like so many goddamn ads right now. Such is the life of a human being in 2025.
You need the new, like the V3 in Chrome ad blocker.
I use Brave, so I don't get ads.
But if you block ads, you might miss out on Yoga crushing his balls again.
What the fuck you mean again?
Yeah.
Service guarantees citizens.
Max Alderman, money, not to keep Dev out, but to instead invite him on and relentlessly bully him until he cries. Eventually, once he's done his response videos, then I can make Lum Lum watch them, and Lum Lum will be like, Dev, why is there 6 years of drama surrounding you?
That video is going to be multiple hours long. Don't you fucking dare make me watch those and be like, okay, Lum Lum, what's the TLDR? Because I'm not going to watch them.
I will. I intend to.
No.
Spoofers, post the full image art of VTube avatar. But I did. That was all there was. That was all Boog gave me. Das Rat, Yano, come on. How do you not know about the Gaston's character cost? TLDR, 1 versus 2 cows invasions of their planet on their own, plus cool uniforms. The Mordians are pretty fucking awesome. It is true.
Yeah, it's a reference to a series he made on YouTube. On the Das Rat channel. I think he transitioned into a actual lore channel now. Might be worth checking out.
Art, any plans to revisit Kingdom Crusaded 3? Yes, eventually. Scarf of the Strange. It'd be funny if GW went after Trench Crusade for looking too much like Seed of Rax. I don't think so. I don't think they've got a case there, even by GW's normally litigious standards, but it would be kind of funny if at least they could just, hurt each other. Dryfee. I'm sure as hell no CCP fan, but perhaps 10 cents foray into the Western gaming market will help them self-correct, and we can get proper women and men again with proper story to go with it. Perhaps. In the short term, maybe, but I would not trust China to be our savior for long.
I mean, did you see that, what's his name? iShowSpeed is in China, and a lot of people are thinking that his trip was government-backed because of how much he's being shown, how much he's promoting China. And everything is like, oh, look, they got flying cars and I get to drive it. Oh, look, I'm meeting all of these celebrities. Oh, look at this. Look how nice China is. Oh, there's a couple of racist people, but China. And I'm like, ugh.
It's like, first and foremost, obviously it's government sponsored. Like, look at it. He goes into all of these places where there's no other people, everything is curated, etc. It's obviously government sponsored. And secondly, I just enjoy the fact that we are living in the world of the Fifth Element right now, where Rudy Rod is on the internet and just being Rudy Rod. I quite like that. If iShowSpeed actually does a Rudy Rod stream with the hairdo and the dress and everything, I will subscribe to him for life. I don't give a shit. It will be amazing. Everything else is forgiven. I just want to see the Fifth Element become actual reality.
Of course you do.
Sujad, I remember seeing a screenshot of Mage Guild's Patreon having merch of socks with Kill Arch embroidered on them. Also an Arch screenshot of his Discord being full of slurs. Of course.
Man, see, look at, you're so popular. He can't stop thinking about you. Like an ex that's like, oh, I hate her so much. Looks at a picture. I miss her.
Akabans 999, evolution of Major Kill, Major Shill, Major Body Dysmorphia, Major Pill, Major Addicted. Such is the life. An Overlord, racing hell. We shall add that. There we go, halfway there now. Archavon Janovich, would you do a Krieg Boys Are Back in Town music edit? The Sabaton March of Dead Men was awesome. And Hard Space Shipbreakers. Oh.
Yeah, people can just use my footage and make any edit they want.
Oh.
So go ahead.
Wolfsbane update. AMG is pushing Star Wars Legion, not Armada. I never liked Legion as much as I liked Armada. I kind of liked Armada. Phoenix VS Hellraiser, who doesn't like leftovers from a Judas Priest concert and BDSM gear, who would be into cock and ball torture. Pinhead, we have such sights to show you. You know, every time we mention CBT, we're just gonna have to play this clip now.
Crush my cock with a rock I must. Maximum pain I must endure. Okay, here we go.
Jeez.
I see you finally discovered the soundboard, Arch.
This is gonna get me copyright claim, but I don't care anymore. Krieger.
Have you used the soundboard?
No, I just use YouTube. I have all of these cringe videos basically on a hotkey. I can find them whenever I need.
Brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
I like that one.
Krieger, Pontius is still for the 44th millennia. Indomitus Crusade was a collective fever dream we all suffered. Cole never existed, and Gilliman is still in a stasis. Didn't they recently retcon the fucking Indomitus Crusade too?
Yeah, they retconned how long it went on for because before it was a couple of centuries, and now it's just like a decade or so, because they realized that jumping from 999 and 41 to 200 years later was a very dumb idea, especially because that actually means that Caiaphas Cain is dead, so that ends one of their own best line of novels.
GW is just kind of stupid. Marksman of 117B, Streamlabs occasionally eats my chats now. Sad. Well, such is life. Lums' fault? Probably Lums' fault.
Huh.
So the soundboard is working. That's good.
For the Curry Fund. Arch, have you considered having art made where Lumi is giving milk to Cat Arch? No. Take that as you wish. Also, Lumi, can you say ooh-woo?
No.
Come on, say it.
I'm not getting the money.
You should say it.
I did. I read it.
I mean, actual try it.
I haven't considered making that Lumi art either. No, it seems weird. I don't like it. Disturbing.
What? It's like bottle feeding a kitten that was abandoned by its mother.
The Highlander. I take offense. Gundam has a massive universe. 3, actually, with many animes, mangas, and movies. And it's even used in some niche tabletops. It does, but it doesn't really have a unified universe. Like, it's more like a universe that the people use to kind of just do things with. And Char is always there, and the Gundam's always there, and it's just kind of weird. Or, I can remind you of Gundam Reconquista, if you want. That was bad. JD is the new gold standard. GW keeps nerfing Big E. Neoth, lol. Not my emperor. Not my emperor, indeed.
There are no civilians on Krieg. Only soldiers.
That too is true. Mark
Yes,
shame.
the best soundboard.
Primarchs come back. One has to leave. Death Leapers bites Gilliman, grabbing his genes. Put him in the throne of the Primarchs. Get a segmentum. We need to stop bringing back Primarchs too. They just need to be gone away.
Yep.
Spayful Blackmane. Hope you well. Well, do you think there's any hope of someday carving off DW from 40k? They have been slipping for a long time, and I fear it becoming Star Wars. I'm working in my own setting, an Overlord. No, it's just going to keep going in the direction that it's going, and we'll see where that path leads, I guess. Lord coming here too. Are you going to do a video on the Netflix Devil May Cry? Possibly. I'm going to probably watch it today, tomorrow. Heatseeker, hi Larch. Finally, no Canadian. So thank you. You can thank you. Can my super chat count against curry fund? I don't listen to a streaming of things streaming out of Arch. To a stream of things streaming out of Arch. Well, I could eat the curry whilst I was on the toilet. It would speed things up.
Ugh.
I had a girlfriend who did that once. Wait,
Ate
no,
curry on the toilet?
I'm confusing my stories. A girlfriend of a friend of mine did that once. I'm remembering this person slowly but vividly now. No, one of their greatest, things was they enjoyed eating, greasy pizza on the toilet so that they could just kind of, let it flow through.
What the fuck?
I'm going to die. Boom!
And that was the whole thing. Blue Sky, Lum joining Arch for Pokemosu. Let's see. What's that?
Yay!
232. Still $18 short. 0.216. Hello, Arch, and hello, Pontius. I was happy to visit Italy for the first time last year. Lovely experience. Arch, curry fun to cancel out the previous super chat. Curry fund. Don Jim, Yano, Pontius. The Fem Studies might be beautiful to DW. They might be. Attractive, even.
I doubt it.
Mercenaries 21, $9 for Arch and Lum Pokemosu Smasher Pass. $11 short.
Yeah, that like the fact that they consider that attractive explains to you why they are going down as a fucking company in quality. Yeah.
I like that you just unmuted your mic just to answer that.
Yeah, I was doing the thing for a second.
Corona, Pokemosu Smasher Pass, $4 short. McGuire 11, oh, the Italian accent on 1.52x speed is glorious. How can you imagine?
Yeah, the accent is too thick to actually listen to that like that fast. You will not comprehend anything. There is people that need to watch my videos at 0.75 just to understand.
Alex Adamson, not unreliable narrators, unreliable authors. That is pretty much always the case, yes.
That is correct, yes.
I found the Flash Kids soundboard.
Outraged Deer, who's the Chilean? Pontius? Yeah, he's Chilean.
Yeah, wait, what was the question?
Just who's the Chilean? Present Warrior, question for Janovich and Pontius. A person that cannot sing but writes his own music lyrics decides to use AI for vocals and instrumental soundtrack. Do you guys consider that as a proper music song, or is that not real music?
It just depends on what it sounds like. If it's shit, it's shit. If it's good, I'll listen.
It depends how it sounds like, but if you're writing the lyrics and you just need somebody to make the rest, at that point a good part of the job is done. So you gave at least your interaction to some AI content, but generally I prefer everything real and very little AI if possible, or none of it if possible. It is why I have to look actually for a lot for the art in my videos, because the internet is flooded with 40k AI art. I cannot stand it.
Yeah, that sucks. And also there's 40k AI lore coming to YouTube, but it's very bad. But I don't buy the purity argument that it needs to be 100% human-made.
Lucian.
Man, I've seen 40k. Shut up!
What is going on?
I was gonna say that I've seen AI 40k lore shit over on TikTok as well. a lot of like, those clickbaity, oh look it, did you know that fucking what was one that I saying? Nurgle has a wife, and it's like Nurgle does not have a wife. That's what I
Yeah.
learned.
Technically,
I learned
kind
that,
of he does. It's just a little bit
The
abusive.
Emperor's children are on frags.
Yeah, technically he does, but more than a wife, she's more a prisoner. It is Isha, the goddess of the Elder.
Also, anyone who makes one of those shorts like Did You Know should be instantaneously executed via testicular extraction.
Yeah.
Fucking hate that shit.
When it comes to YouTube, if I even hear an AI voice, I just immediately click it away. On
Yeah.
YouTube, I just cannot stand it.
Lucian says, Lumi, say, I cast Retardo Eviscerado. Native spells are fun. Maybe the stock for GW will drop enough and the roaches will miss it. One can hope.
Hold on, the fuck? Hold on, what was it?
There.
Oh, that's a word. I cast Retardo Eviscerado. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. There was a comment on the way we say the R word in Italian.
Driving.
But yeah, it sounds very 40k because Italian is very close to Latin, so Italian words sound 40k by normalcy.
Zootopia abortion comic. Fuck, I'll ask. I don't even know that much about it. It's a Zootopia fan comic where the bunny gets an abortion, I guess.
And then she becomes a lesbian.
Good.
Genobomb denied.
Krieger, for $45, here's the money for Lumi to bully Arch because it's funny. Pokemusu. Fine. Lum on Pokemusu is funded.
Yay! We're doing it in one stream. We're not breaking it up, stopping a baby.
Sure, you can do it. I'll be in the living room.
No, you're sitting at your desk. You can munch on a pastry, but you're sitting at your fucking desk.
Phoenix DS, Lumi scared of feet reveal. Must have baby feet. They're just hairy.
I'm 5 feet tall, so of course I'm tiny. And also, no, I'm not hairy. What the fuck's wrong with you?
All strands growing out of her toes.
Disgusting.
Marksman of 117. B. Banana Juju looks good in dreads. Twitter seethes. It's true.
Oh yeah, Banana Juju is a very cute monkey VTuber. She was getting harassed over her model having dreads, and the usual suspects are like, "Oh, that's cultural appropriation." And it's like, please shut the fuck up. But then she got super popular overnight. Went from like 500 followers on Twitter to about, I think she has almost 30,000 now.
Lum, why don't you have dreads? You could have been popular by now if you had dreads.
No, I don't want to use dreads because it wouldn't fit my model very well. I need to get in some other stupid controversies so then people would feel bad for me. Still waiting for one to latch on to, because all I get is, oh, you're working for Hitler, right? In DMs. It's like, please, at least say it in public so then I can just be like, oh no, I'm not. Arch is just so nice. I don't know why you're attacking me.
Wait,
That
you go
type of
out in
thing.
public?
Heresy's the question. Fire is the
No,
answer.
I mean,
crazy.
like,
Just copy
like,
the
I'm
DMs. There's no expectations of goodwill when they send that. Just copy it and post it everywhere. Do
A real
I
YouTuber
don't-
does not leave the house.
I
That's the
don't.
rule.
Well, when I say in public, I mean like on Twitter, and also I don't leak DMs. That's cringe and gay.
Okay, that's too funny.
Lum,
Twitter
I
is
leak your
public.
DMs
Okay.
all the time. You should do the
You
same to other
edit
people.
my DMs, Arch.
Yeah, same thing. That reminds
That was the most Zoomer thing I've ever heard, actually. When I go in public, I mean Twitter. Jesus Christ.
No one.
Okay.
Traumatize Arch as hard as you can for our great entertainment. Pokemon who smash our pass. See, now people will keep donating to it, and they'll just be giving me money for no reason. Trevor N. Have you seen the movie Underwater from 2020? It's like Alien meets the Abyss with a Lovecraft twist. I highly recommend. Alien Isolation. I have not seen that.
Lum Lum, are you a
What
Zoomer?
I was born in '96.
Oh, you're a millennial then, okay.
It's pretty bad. Lum just
Arch,
accept that
I'm
your
like-
chat's new V. There. She is.
I'm chat's new V.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm as funny as V.
It's true, but that's because you're a woman.
Also, congratulations on having a kid before your 30s.
Oh, thank you.
Exceptional these days.
Boring name. Lum, what does the Flak 88 fire?
The what?
The Flak 88.
Flak 88?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of that gun before. Or is that a vehicle? Or is that a aircraft? What is it?
Technically, it's an anti-air cannon at the beginning.
Arch, you need to finish your historical World War II series and then educate Lum. You cannot blame her before you finish it.
I can.
God damn it! No, not this one again. Arch, I just seen the fucking DM that you posted up on screen earlier. Fuck
pause.
you. I don't.
What does the Flak 88 fire?
Well, it's anti-air cannons. That's what it is, but I don't know. Rockets.
It fires rockets, chat.
Yes.
The Flak 88 fires rockets.
It fires rockets.
Yes. Cannons fire rockets. That's how it works.
Oh no! When I hear it, it fires shells, Lumi. Okay, there. It fires shells, and it goes boom, and things crash down and go.
Yes, but what caliber of shells?
It looks like someone said 8.8 centimeters.
She just cheats.
Yes, I do. I do cheat.
Yes, it's called the Flak 88 because it shows 88 millimeters caliber shells.
I see.
Eric Casper, Lum, what is the car 98 chambered in?
Hold on. I think I've actually heard this one before. Shut the fuck up. What was it called? I'm probably gonna fuck it up. Mauser?
Mauser. It fires Mauser. It's chambered in Mausers.
Mauser.
It's a really broad definition, but it's kind of correct, as I do believe the full name of the thing is 79257 Mauser, so it's partially.
Mauser. So I was not incorrect, I was just not completely correct.
That is a generous and charitable interpretation. Yes?
Mauser.
Marksman 17B. Dev is a boss fight in the game School Hero. Good for Dev. Krieger, wait till Art hears about the two-shot 4570 Derringer from the Alaskan survival game. Scored. Scorn is picking up pace faster than Alien Isolation right now. Prison Warrior. Question for Janovich and Pontius. A person is... I read that one already. God damn it. Lum. Marksman. And there is a new manga, light novel called The Art of Raising a Tank, where people have tiny tanks like the M4 Sherman to raise like pets. Who needs a dog or a cat when you can have a small tank out for a walk and watch it shoot at the other tiny tanks? I would like a small tank too.
Get a killdozer.
Danny D, I'd rather have to deal with the foot bros than tourists, to be honest. Also, hello, fellow Danny.
Hello.
Dreyfie, wasn't the Gustav and the Bismarck just a massive waste of resources they would never really utilize to the potential the German High Command expected? Frankly, the German High Command never expected anything out of the Bismarck or the Tirpitz, really, but
I think the Gustav was actually used in Russia.
Yeah, the Gustav knocked out one of the gun turrets on Maxim Gorky, the fortress, actually. Whether or not you could argue that it was effective is, but it did something. Outrage dear Arch, you monkey, you never read my chat, but I just did. I did. It took a while. Abhuman the Screw. Arch, the Black Dragons had 1 novels and 3 short stories when we made the video. I read the novel at least 15 years ago. Well, there you go. My bad. Bobo name, can the Spaniard speak Mexican? Spaniard?
Who's a Spaniard?
Not sure.
I don't know.
I think he's referring to me, but no. Italians and Spanish people are very different kinds of people, even if we talk funny in both ways, so.
We talk funny.
Counterstructure, show the Weasel Panzer. Ah, the Weasel. The Weasel is adorable and small. And it does fire rockets, like Lum thinks.
Huh? Are you talking to me?
No.
Okay.
But this does fire rockets, just like Lum thinks.
Yay!
Dinofan 219, question a bit out of left field, but what is your guys' opinion on alternative heresies like the Dornian, Robutian, and Leonian heresy? My opinion is I haven't read any one of them, but they look like very extensive fanfics.
They are very extensive fanfics. The only one I actually read that is an alternate history is a fanfic called Warhammer 40k, The Shape of the Nightmare to Come, which was pretty good, especially when it comes to the Imperial Fist lore, but it is a shame it was never completed, so...
Bob, what a name. Arch, Girls on Panzer, what's a long when? When you pay me enough for it? Bob, what a name. D&D Deathclaw, looming over Shooter Arch. Oh, terrible. Lulu821 makes some fan art of Raven from Edgar Allan Poe. Of the Raven from Edgar Allan Poe. Not the DC girl, I take it then. Solonich, good evening to Pasta Lawmaster, Happy Gas Mask Noise Man, and Bridge God and Feetfish. Can't wait for Lum Lum and Rosa on the Feetcast. Rosa lives in the same country as you, Lum Lum.
Yes, Rosa does live in the same country as me.
Couldn't we have you holding feet together on camera?
No. No, Arch.
Why not?
No.
I try to do these things for you, Chet, and yet...
Arch, stop projecting your fetish onto me.
A little tootsies intertwining.
It sounds like something that you want.
It would be weird, but Chat would probably enjoy it. Haintseeker recently read the new 40k book Big Daka, which has a trans Dark Eldar character who reveals Eldar can easily change gender. Even point out some howling banshees used to be dudes. Well, howling banshees can actually be any gender. They're not actually gender segregated, despite their aspect is female. They can still be male.
Yeah, even if the inclusion of males was more a mistake, the lore was made up afterward that they can actually be both genders, but they were never segregated. And other than that, the fact that they made a member of the most vile, depraved, monstrous race in the fucking setting to the point that they are considered pretty much to be on the level of demons even by the other eldars for the Dark Eldars and their depravity, making one of the members of the race trans either means that Games Workshop is making a very big piece of comedy and satire on what they think of the movement, or they just are not considering what the fuck they are doing.
Or both.
Yeah.
Tick tick boom, money where my mouth is, rake the leaf. Scarf the Strange, I've been watching the stream at 2x speed because I'm an hour behind now. I can't understand what that Italian is saying. That's what happens.
Oh, don't worry. That's normality for Italians. Even with each other, we don't understand what we say most of the time. So
Now it all makes sense.
Volumio, Arch, do the uwu. 10 Polish dollars. Nah, it's not enough. Need more.
God damn it, Arch.
Name a price point so then people can give you more money.
Give us a prize.
There's not enough stream left. They can't possibly reach my demands.
Coward.
What's the demand? Because then you could put it on a future stream. Because we're streaming tomorrow anyway. Arch, what's the price?
I have learned from Coconut to never name price.
Name a price, Arch.
Axiom Seraph. Gano's backbone is Universal Century. It's filled with the main story and side stories such as 8th MS Team. Reconquista is alt universe like Wing or Ivo. 8th MS Team is very good. I like it. It should be made more of. Scarf of the Strange. Netflix DMC tells me there's too many trauma bonders in entertainment. Amongst other things. Yusen calls 11. I don't even recall what generation in the Pokemon series is currently on. Well, whenever I am told that the next generation is out, then Lum can read about them.
I think Gen 2 is out right now.
Marksman, 117. The first 4 manga chapters out. The tanks can grow into full size. The cities looks like it could be glorious. First 2 are in English, 3 and 4 are currently in Russian and Japanese. They should jump to anime. Tiny tanks. Pakelda 2. The M551 Sheridan fires anti-tank rockets from its cannons. And the majority of Soviet tanks were also designed to fire ATGMs from their barrels too. It's the benefit of smooth barrels.
I stand corrected.
Skullthrone 888. Danny, Arch likes pineapple on pizza. I don't though.
Never say that out loud in Italy. You will get stabbed for it. I wish I was joking.
Brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
Beautiful.
Blind 917. Hail ArchCast, the Lord and Savior. Hi Lumi. The Feet Fanatic. Hi Pontius. And hail Kriegsman Janovich. Love your work. Carry fund. Oh, almost done. And also, Blind 917 says Janovich. Carry fund. Bob
Nice.
Bodding name. Lum, what does a 30mm anti-tank gun fire?
Oh my fucking god. I don't know. High velocity artillery shells. I don't fucking know.
Lum, you truly are brain damaged.
Motherfucker. What the fuck?
What does
it fire?
What does a 30mm anti-tank gun fire?
I don't know.
30mm
30 millimeters. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Leave me alone. I'm hungry.
It's no defense.
You are forgiven. Munitions are really confusing, especially when you start mixing munitions from different countries and units.
Oh my god. It's like, I'm just waiting for someone to be like, hey, what does this tank name with numbers in it fire? And then it's like, no, that's not what it shoots at all. It's actually this completely other different artillery. It's like,
That's why I had to laugh so hard at the K98 question. But you answered it better than expected.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Read more, Arch.
You sure, Lum? If we do more of these...
Shut up, Arch.
I don't know the damage. I still preferred Lumi's 20mm handgun myself.
Just read the goddamn super chats.
We should really make some art out of that. Lumi's 20mm handgun. It'd be a great threatening emote.
It would get sued by Games Workshop.
And was be laughing until Lum pulls out her 20mm handgun.
Someone's dying.
Yeah, that's... Let's see. Giant revolver. Is this... That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Pretty close. Bob, what name?
Can I smell your feet?
But you're both French? They are. Both of them are French.
Listen, I can accept being insulted for everything, but I will not stand for being called French. I will actually fight you.
No one. Arch, do you fantasize about a fish's feet because they remind you of surströmming? Surströmming is actually a biological hazard and forbidden in most civilized countries. But what
Isn't
name?
that the rotten fish out of a can?
Just fermented. Trannies equal Dark Eldar makes sense. It does. It really does. Phoenix, hairy, loomy feet, Hobbit Neko confirmed. Yes.
God damn it.
Thrill Zartax, I explicitly ordered pineapple put on my pizza in Italian restaurants many, many times. Funny every time. Makes the price actually worth it.
Can I smell your feet?
Good. But what a name, but the pineapple cuts through the grease. Yeah, I don't like the pineapple either. Plus, pizza shouldn't be that greasy. Like, pizza should be dry. All food should be dry. All food should actually remove moisture from my mouth as I eat it.
Have you tried eating peanut butter straight?
No, we don't have peanut butter in Norway. Doesn't exist.
Oh.
Dry and a little bit burnt. Pizza should always be kind of scorched. You know? It should be heated until the little pepperonis start, like, curling in on themselves with little, like, scorched black edges. That's when it's just right.
Pontius, do you approve?
Not really, no.
Okay, it's settled then. Arch is wrong.
Lum, what does a Glock 40 fire?
God, motherfucker.
If you would only get
like
the
this
questions right,
You say
Lum,
bullets.
they would stop.
It fires bullets.
Exactly, it fires bullets.
Yeah, it is a level of answer than like the one of the tank. What kind of tank is this one? A shitty one.
That's why you need to confuse her, chat, by throwing in optics in there and making it sound like guns. Trick questions. Mark 19.9. Lumi needs to have her head checked. Repeatedly.
I mean, I have had my head checked. It's kind of hopeless in there. Just don't bother.
Prison Warrior. Arch say woo with proper effort. Janovich needs it for his soundboard. Still not enough money.
Name a price, Arch.
No one. But, will the 30mm fire surströmming cans? They wouldn't fit. A bobbing name, Lum, how many types of 9mm are there? Enclave.
At least 9.
Casual, but... Dryfee, honestly, nuclear artillery sounds like a pretty good deterrent. Wouldn't make sense if your opponents across an ocean, but if you share a border, well... Especially if you have an army grunt ready to push the button on 1000. Valimir, Brandon Herrera did fire a 50mm BMG handgun. W3 DLC. Witcher 3, I'm presuming. We shall add that to it. Bobbing name. Okay, chat, we need an Art Eat Surström live fund. Ha. $20,000 tomorrow.
You're funny.
Scarfy the Strange. Don't confuse the tomato Europeans with the potato Europeans, chat. It's like confusing an Anglo for a Nord. It's true.
Yeah, I'm the potato European.
And lastly, finally, Prison Warrior 1 Arch. I had 2 Streamlabs super chats with somewhat similar but different questions about AI and music. You were the first, but skip the second. Think you already read it. Please go back. God help me. Don't write them similar then. I don't... You even wrote them similar. Stop it. I can't remember these now. This is not my fault. You must make them legally distinct or I will act like James Workshop.
James Workshop?
Yep.
Okay.
It is
Yeah,
their name.
James Workshop and the Emperor John Warhammer fighting against the legendary Horus Heresy.
Looking for all the 40,000 Warhammers.
Yeah.
The simple fact is that all AI is not only acceptable, but desirable. Especially AI music that talks about Lum liking feet.
God damn it.
Where did Boog put that?
Don't disable it. No.
I can't find it now.
He's too boomer to disable it.
What? That? No, I'm looking for Boog.
Why are you looking for Boog?
I was looking for the feet song.
Do you need me to send it to you?
The interest has passed. I can't be asked
Okay.
anymore.
Heresy's the question.
Bombering name, Arch and Guest list all types of 9mm for fish. Don't want to. Hungry now. And
Arch needs his
Heatseeker.
pastry.
The 40 is a 620 chambered in 10. Understand? Shotgun.
No.
And now that we have gone through everything, we can wrap it up there. Oh, Porkelda, chat, stop stealing my thing. Get your own. Curry, plus 8 in isolation. Until next time, chat. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your very generous donations. And I will see you all again some other day.
Bye, guys.
This now is Space King episode.
Quite possibly
Yeah.
tomorrow.
See you next time, guys. Was fun.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
chat.